Good evening, guys. Another Saturday evening. And I need to mute that one too. There we go. Welcome to another installment of this Saturday live stream. Yay. Kali homesteading with Pooh Bear. Good to see you. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope you have coffee or other beverages ready. I have my coffee. And a bottle of water. And we have two in the house. Awesome. Let me know who you are, guys. It makes everything easier. And I also have put up pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So you know the drill. If you want to join me. We three in the house. Hey, CR. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Yeah. Hauki, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. How has your week been? I hope your week has been good and great. And I also hope you had a great day. And I just got back home from my parents-in-law's house. We were invited for a dinner, so I just got back home 30 minutes ago. So I was back home in time for the stream, so that's good. We wait a couple of more minutes and wait for more people join before we get into today's topic. My week has been pretty good so far. A lot of things to do, but at work, but sorry, that was the cat. He just pushed his claws in straight into my stomach. That hurt. But he likes to be in my lap. So, today's topic is safety and security on festivals and events. And the reason for that is the upcoming 4th of July. So we'll wait a couple of more minutes and see if there will be more people who join the stream. So now we have 4 in the house. It's good to see you guys. Oh geez, my nose is itchy. Cat hair. You had the Canada Day today, CR, right? I hope, if I remember it correctly. Hey, Len Whistler, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Yeah, I remember it correctly. Okay, we have a really hot summer. I'm floating away, basically. I hope you have a much cooler summer in Finland. We have at least 26, 27 degrees Celsius here. Today we had 22 degrees, if I remember it correct. But it's too hot for me. And I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat, guys. So if you are up for it, just click on it and join me up here. Well, early summer is basically in June. You had minus degrees in June. All my prepper vegetables are far behind. Oh boy. Oh man. That sucks, Hauki. I hope your pepper plants survived. Indeed. And I got this idea from CR basically. Um, because it's the Canada Day today and the upcoming 4th of July, America's National Day. The problem is we take 4th of July as an example. That's nationwide. Everybody grill their food, have a lot of food, have a lot of alcohol to drink, and a lot of fireworks. Usually you have time to leave before it gets out of hand. Yeah, usually. But for an example, 4th of July. Hey, Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you. Um, everybody eats good food, everybody drinks their alcohol, and they have their fireworks. But I believe there is a group of people who don't celebrate the 4th of July. That is the criminals. And those who are deep in drug addicts. That is a perfect opportunity to make home invasions, make go and steal things. So there is always a group who don't celebrate anything. So that's a great opportunity. And why? Because when everybody's basically drunk and so focused on their fireworks, that gives those a good opportunity to steal things, and do other things, other bad things, because they know everybody is drunk enough. So, well, they can't use their items for home defense as properly as they should if they were sober. So, that is, and another thing with fireworks is you can start a fire, big fire. You can, if you're bad luck, you can blow your fingers off if you're not careful. I agree with you about that one, Len. I agree. Um, hey, Hendo, good to see you, brother. I agree. 4th of July is an event that is nationwide. Hey, Tammy Trot, good to see you. And everybody knows that the Americans celebrate their 4th of July with everything they have, basically. So, I believe paramedics will have a lot of things to do at 4th of July. Because some people get hurt when they shoot off these fireworks. And set something on fire. So that will make the firefighters, they will give them a lot of job to do. How are you doing, Tammy? I hope everything is okay with you. And feel free to click the StreamYard link I pinned in the top of the chat. And join me up here. Hey, Freeman James, good to see you. Booze and explosives don't mix, but if you must space the drinks far apart, yeah. I agree with you about that, Freeman. I agree. Um, Not too bad. My uncle is in the hospital. Okay, what happened, Tammy, with your uncle? So, I suggest there will be people who might show up in your neighborhood that looking for people who are drunk enough so they can get in and tie them up and take what they have of value. So if you're too drunk, you don't or have the same awareness on what's going on. If somebody is suspicious, if you're too drunk, it's not suspicious. Oh, well, you will be sorry when it's too late. So, or another thing is you can burn down your house if you handle the fireworks on not a proper or correct way. And you don't have that mindset if you drink too much. Size and power of the works you set off are usually regulated. Stick to the rules. I agree. I agree, James. I agree. I totally agree with that. Um, Stick to the rules, but there are always someone who don't stick to the rules, and you know what happened after that. They will cause an accident, burn their own houses down, or burn your neighbor's house down. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you, brother. He has sepsis in his knee, so they removed his knee and found another two infections. They were thinking of amputating his leg. Okay, that's sounds not that good, my friend. And as I said, feel free to hit the StreamYard link in the top of the chat that I pinned and join me. FSP, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Fireworks are banned in a lot of American cities. Well, that's good to hear. Dang, I'm getting hail. Be right back. Okay, Sierra, no problem. Take care of the hail. Well, even if the fireworks are banned in some cities, they are not um, all in every state or city. Education costs school of hard knocks. Yeah, James. Preparedness veteran. It is. He spent 5 weeks in the hospital, got discharged, and rushed back in 2 days later. Oh boy. That sucks, really. Hey there, brother. Good to see you.
Hey, Shadow, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, quick sound check.
Yeah, your sound is loud and clear.
Good. Yeah, I was just reading what's going on with Tammy Trott. Is it her or her husband or
It's her uncle.
uncle?
Yep.
So I'm just reading there. He spent 5 weeks in the hospital, got discharged, and rushed back 2 days later. What happened then?
I have no idea. I have two dogs that hate fireworks, so I go to the range, then stay home with them. That sounds like a good idea, FSP.
Fireworks. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the problem with fireworks.
Yeah.
A lot of pets are scared of fireworks, uh, and you should respect that. But most people do, but there are some who don't. Um, and fireworks can hurt other people if you're not careful, especially if you have drink too much alcohol. So
Yeah. We have the bonfire night every year, Guy Fawkes night. But I don't know if many people is actually everyone should be aware of it, but and that is dedicated to people all over the country, fireworks, and they like huge fires as well,
yeah,
bonfires. and same sort of thing here. Just up until 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
People just let them off all through the night, and it's always a challenge every year to get your pets calmed down and all that sort of stuff. They actually sell here tablets for your animals, dogs and cats, to calm them down. But I think I'd rather resort to other measures and start feeding me pets. Not, I haven't got any pets, but some tablets.
Yeah.
Dark room, soundproof it a bit, just to get out of the way. But a lot of pets, the pressure waves they can hear and feel more than us, and
Yeah. FSP says more pets are lost because of fireworks. Yeah, I bet they are, because they are scared.
yeah, well, they're not bothered. There's no consideration.
Hey Sandra, good to see you. Why are you having fireworks? Well, first of all, enjoyed to buy fireworks when I was a teenager, and when my father, when I was like, just 8 years old, it was fun. But today, fireworks are so ridiculously expensive, so I don't think it's worth the money to. I wouldn't put any money on fireworks. It's much more fun to watch it when others shoot them off.
We get fireworks here really cheap. They're they're sold all year round in various places, but you can only, especially the week building up the first week in November, the Guy Fawkes night, they're selling in Britain quite a lot, and
Yeah.
they're relatively cheap. You can just go down to Lidl, Aldi, and buy a box of fireworks, really cheap. But I'm surprised. Well, effectively, they're sort of low grade explosives, really.
Yeah.
And
Tammy says sepsis in his knee, blood poisoning. It was on the metal in his knee. Okay.
Yeah, right. Sepsis in the knee. Yeah, there's various stages of sepsis. I'm taking it. It's the first stage.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad though. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I agree. FSP fireworks setting dollar on fire. Indeed.
well, Tammy, hope he gets better quickly. Speedy recovery.
Yeah, I hope so too. I really hope so.
It's not a good thing, is it?
Yeah, and I hope there will be no more complications.
Yeah.
Is it a special holiday? Like Tuesday is Independence Day. Well, 4th July in US is on Tuesday next week, so everybody will be off work. And
Yeah,
many will you fire and shoot off their fireworks, drink a lot, eat good.
Is that in Sweden?
No, US.
Yeah, America has 4th of July, but do you do anything on a similar day?
Not really.
No.
We celebrate June 6th, but
What's
I
that?
don't. June 6th, we have our national day.
Ah, right. Yep.
But I don't celebrate it because it's no use for me. So
yeah. Yeah, here in multicultural Britain, we have one festival after another. I mean, we just had Armed Forces Day. Nothing really much happened there. You only get really events in the patriotic towns. And as Hendo says there, Guy Fawkes in 5th of November, Diwali. I don't know. I'm not sure when Diwali is. Festival of Light, is it? One or two.
Yeah, I believe it is. Yes.
We have what's that other one? When they stop eating daytime, some
Yeah.
Muslim thing.
Ramadan.
Ramadan and Ding Dong. Yeah, Ramadan. God, loads of others. It's an excuse for everyone these days to have some sort of party and really got the firework dues.
Yeah. Yeah. November 5th is probably a big day in UK. The gunpowder conspiration.
Gunpowder plot. Yep.
Yeah.
Pity they didn't
Plot.
succeed, innit? The plot to blow up the Houses of Parliament.
Yeah. Yes, Hindu Festival of Light. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, 'cause we used to be with the Gurkhas, and they used to do that. That was just,
Yeah.
I think that was around between November and Christmas, I remember.
Yeah. So, like 4th July, the safety and the security is really important because there will be people who will mess things up. And why? Because there is an opportunity, because they know everyone will be drunk. They will be so focused on everything else, so they don't notice if something is suspicious. So and people has a tendency to mess up with the grills too. They can, some use too much fluid when the grill is going, and we need more heat, and they take their fluid, and then they are a living torch.
Yeah. So
Or worse.
we're talking about security on events.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Right.
it's a nationwide. 4th July is nationwide, but you have other festivals, music festivals. You have, well, amusement festivals
Yeah.
and things like that. So that's all going on. And
We see these days every event, and that especially a national event, every national event, major sporting events, music festival, large gathering of public figures or members of the public, they're all these days they're soft targets, and they become easy targets for
yeah,
anyone wanting to get their name in the press or get back at society and this sort of thing. And people have got to, they've got to consider and go through sort of various options and stages when they before they go out these days.
yeah,
You've got to, but you just never know what the next massacre is going to be, mass casualty event is going to be, and it could be the actual one you're going to, and there's loads of different methods they can use to inflict casualties on people. Not, I mean, I'm talking about some sort of terror event, but you can almost split it down into a couple of sort of categories. You've got a terrorist activity where someone's deliberately causing casualties with the intent to cause mass casualties, or you've got accidents through negligence or mechanical failure or that sort of thing, and all these things can escalate out of proportion. And you've even got to look at the secondary effects of it. Panics, stampedes, crowd rushes, and secondary effects of smoke and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
London large crowds at a bit dodgy, from pickpocketing to terror events. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
some of these
another
things,
thing.
They range from the smaller scale, which like Hendo says, they're pickpocketing. So that's affecting one, maybe two people or your group. if you've now got your wallet stolen, all your cards are in there, your identity's in there, your cash could be in there, and you just lost the ability then maybe to get back home. Your keys might have been in that. They might have pickpocketed your keys.
Yeah, you might lose your cell phone too.
Yeah, all the way through to a large casualty event. Yeah, as Freeman James says, soft targets. So that's why they call it that for a reason.
Yeah,
because they're just so easy to attack. I mean, they wouldn't go and attack an army base in Britain or Sweden or America. They're more likely to come up against fierce opposition. You see.
Yeah. So it's a good idea to keep your eyes open and watch for things that just don't belong there, that sticks out from the crowd.
Yeah. I mean, this is the sort of thing we used to get drilled into us quite a lot in the army.
Yeah.
Is from the Northern Ireland IRA terror threat.
Yeah.
When they were targeting people in uniform or public figures, and you can quite easily translate that into civilian life. Basically, you start off with before you actually. Well, you start off with when you start thinking about what event you're going to go to. This is called the pre-trip planning phase, if you like, and you can start thinking about then the distance away it is from your home, what clothing you're going to wear to the event, the equipment you're going to carry with you from a small rucksack and what you're going to have in that rucksack, and the perceived threats of that event you're going to. A lot of civilians here were, well, I mean, we've been subject to terror attacks all throughout the 60s, 70s, onwards, really, from the IRA, and people forget so easy.
Yeah.
So the clothing that you're going to wear for a start off, is it suitable for the actual event you're going to? If you're going to take a day sack, have some sort of small first aid kit in there to mitigate against any sort of injuries that are likely to be caused. You could throw in there an army first field dressing, a tourniquet in there, a small IFAC.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to take up much room, but it's going to help drastically. Hey, Costa, how you doing? Derula Festival Survival. Costa's on there. He knows that voice. Yeah. How you doing, Costa? So water. You could be going to an event, and the threat is the weather. So you don't want to be dehydrated or fighting with other people to get water. So yeah, and then your pre-trip planning plays a lot into it. You watch the news, the weeks or days building up to the event, so you can assess whether or not there's any direct threat to that event. So it's if we're talking about a big football game, for instance, are there any reports on TV that someone has said that they're likely to be targeting that event. So you can add that to your sort of threat list, if you like.
Yeah.
And then once if it's you going, fine. If it's a group of you going, then you all want to be singing on the same song sheet. Get yourself together, and this could be a 5 or 10 second chat before you actually go into the event. Have a little group briefing to say, right, if anything happens, we're going to meet back here or over there. Exchange phone numbers. Make sure you've all got the phone numbers of each other. The contact sort of card.
Yeah.
Or you might want to even all wear the same sort of group T-shirt to identify each other easily enough. There's a whole host of things you can do to stop yourself easily getting split up. And then once you're in there, identify. These are all simple steps that people should be doing. Rendezvous points, key exits.
Hey, Idaho girl and girl, welcome on the panel. Good to see you.
Hey, how you doing there? All right,
Shadow.
Yeah. So when you're actually there, identify your exit points, key personnel at the place, members of staff. They could have security there. The people that are going to know the procedures, who should have been briefed beforehand on how to conduct some form of low-level crowd control, where the first aid stations are. Just keep an eye out for simple things like where the fire extinguishers are, for instance. So, if a fire breaks out and no one else is acting, you can quite quickly attempt to put out the fire yourself, give it a quick go. And if it doesn't work, then you start getting out of there. Evacuation routes, safe zones, all this sort of thing. I mean, it sounds quite a long list of things to do, but they are actually simple steps to take. And it just comes down to vigilance, really, and awareness of the whole of the area that you're in. And like you said earlier, Shadow, the old saying, if it looks out of the ordinary, it probably is. And you should start to query why it looks out of the ordinary and start thinking about contingencies and where the other members of your group are. Because the last thing you want to do is get involved in an incident and then get caught up in a secondary subsequent thing like a stampede or a crowd rush. Yeah.
I can take an example. I believe it happened last year. It's a place called Almedalen here in Sweden. And they have a week where politicians and a lot of other people going to. And there were actually a woman who gets stabbed to death. But they catch the guy, so
right.
They will increase the security on that event this year. So
yeah, well, Costa's that's the rule of festival survival. How can a singer on stage avoid being shot? Well, the thing is, when
that is a problem.
Yeah, very. If you're on stage, it's one against many, if you like. You're concentrating on your performance. You're delivering, you're singing, and you're potentially playing an instrument. Most of the time, I should imagine that you've got bright lights on you and in your face. So the audience that you're performing to will be darkened. So you're just not going to be able to see what's happening. You might be in a lucky situation where you can see the audience, but there's not a lot you can do at all. The only thing you can really do is like I said, identify your exits if something does happen, and let's say you do avoid getting attacked or you do avoid the bullet. You can get down and get out of that into one of those exits you've identified, or just keep constantly looking at the crowd and scanning the crowd, and if something looks off, it could well be, you know, a key threat. But when you're up on stage, you're at the mercy of the crowd. And if they, I mean, this week, for instance, we just had a big, well, last weekend it was, Glastonbury Music Festival.
Yeah.
And I think twice in that festival, two of the performers were hit with objects thrown from the crowd. One was, I might have been Taylor Swift, I can't remember exactly who it was, but someone threw a mobile phone onto the stage and it hit the performer in the head. Yeah, you know, this instance it was only a mobile phone, but if it was something else, it could have caused a lot more injury to that person. So you're literally at the mercy of the crowd. You could create a bit of distance between you and the crowd and step back and make sure you're not right on the edge of the stage. You could, if there is security there's a pit normally separating the audience from the performer. You could brief them to keep an extra vigilant eye out, especially if there's any sort of known intelligence towards you that something may happen.
The whole idea of people throwing stuff is just dumb. Where do people come up with this?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Well, I mean, you do get these people who stalk performers, and once they get rebuffed and things like this, they get disgruntled, and the love sort of turned into a hate thing, and they're out to get you. So, I mean, it's a good thing Costa said there. Wear a helmet. You can wear glasses. Going at what stage do you stop at? Going on stage wearing a helmet. Next thing you know, you're on stage wearing body armor and a helmet, and it's it's just literally you are at the mercy of the crowd. That's all I can say, really, unless anyone's got any other experience about that sort of thing.
I don't know. Every concert I ever went to, I guess I wasn't close enough to the. Well, that's not true. I was very close to, like, second row but there was no throwing of anything.
Well, as Freeman says there, Freeman James, in the South, they put up a screen to protect performers. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a ballistic screen. That would work pretty good.
If you go on stage and you suddenly discover that there's a ballistic screen in front of you, you're thinking, hang on a minute, what is this? Who's on after me, sort of thing.
Well, it protects them from explosions and probably bullets too. So,
well, yeah, it's about the perceived threat. So, if you let's say you're singing at a gig and it's the whole air of the build-up. So you're singing at a gig and you've obviously known the location of that gig, the size, the scale of the gig, and you'll probably, well, you should take up an interest as to the security going into that gig. And most events nowadays where you've got large gatherings of people should have some sort of screening for weapons, bladed weapons, firearms, and this sort of thing. So distance is your friend.
Yeah,
the more distance
unless there is a good sniper on a kilometer away with a good rifle, that would be probably a huge problem.
I think we're in the realms of a James Bond type film there, where all walks into the theatre with a violin case and starts breaking it down and making some sort of sniper rifle out of it. But I mean, these days, the crowd will probably be subject to some sort of security. So I'd suggest it would be unlikely that anyone out to get you is going to have a rifle, unless you're talking about world-class performers here. If it's just like a smaller type of performance, yeah, it's a real. Either I'm a crap singer, or oh, I missed that, or someone wants me dead. Well, if they're that hell bent on getting you, yeah, well, you got to ask yourself, why would they? Why wouldn't they follow you after the concert and have a go at you, or do they want to do it in public and make a big show?
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Bob, you all right?
Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
I mean, there's a multitude of things, threats. We've already mentioned crowd rush and stampedes. But you can have the threat could be freak weather. We've seen multitude of times where people go to concerts, it's rain and hailstorm, and there's been an electrocution threat.
Yeah.
Theft, yeah, we've already, someone's already mentioned that. Knock-on effects of theft. Fire. These days there's something called pyroterrorism, which people starting fires as a means to cause huge numbers of casualties. Whether that's setting fires deliberately or throwing some sort of incendiary device like a small-scale Molotov cocktail.
Yeah.
Building collapses. You could go to a stadium and the stadium collapses, or the building that you're in could collapse. Active shooters, and that's a big troublesome threat these days in certain places.
Yeah, even people with bladed weapons.
Yeah, definitely knife attacks. I mean, the problem with bladed attacks is they're so hard to defend against. It's that's a real problem, and the blade is so easily concealed that
and really... in a skilled hand, you will have serious problems. If you have a guy who is an expert on how to use blade on a proper and correct way, you will have no chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the most skilled master of combatant, and someone who's skilled in martial arts, will find it very, very difficult to defend against a bladed weapon, even if that bladed weapon is wielded by the most inexperienced attacker. It's just so hard to defend against. The best option is to take the guy out, or create distance between you and him, or create an obstacle between you and him.
And the problem is, most of those knife attacks is they don't have the knife this way; they have it this way, and that will be even more difficult because you don't see the blade because it's concealed. You do a slashing movement like that, and you're screwed. You can't defend it because you don't know where the blade is. That's why many use this technique instead of this.
Yeah, but if you look at most bladed attacks, the attacker uses the non-knife hand to grab you first.
Yeah.
And then once that happens, he's pulling you into the blade. Like I say, to create distance or an obstacle in front of you, as Bob says there, all you got to do is fight him off with something longer. If you're in that situation, your back's against the wall and you can't run away, you use any method necessary to take the guy out.
Yeah.
Whether that be, you go into a full psycho attack, whether that be grabbing bottles, chairs, tables, whatever it is, you use it until the threat's gone. And what I mean by the threat's gone is the guy is either unconscious or dead, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't want to start patting each other on the back when the guy's down, and suddenly he gets up and starts having a go at you again. So yeah, I mean, knife attacks. Yeah, they're just nasty.
Wear a knife protection vest. Cops wear it, but not full protection.
Yeah, stab vests. You can buy stab vests quite easily, and the lifespan is a lot longer than bulletproof vests.
A knife knife protection vest is a lot cheaper to buy than a bulletproof vest.
Yeah. I think Bob's method there: throw some poop at the attacker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so knife attack, that's just one of the multitude of threats. It could be a vehicle attack, IED attack. I mean, all these sorts of...
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob, you're right. All these sorts of attacks, most of them have been done before. And you could, there's people will get trained and briefed about this sort of thing all over the world, from military to police and so on. And there's so many easy ones for people to inflict on someone else. Vehicle attacks, we've seen those in Europe. Very nasty.
I'm a shit stirrer. No, I don't know about that. I will throw my own poop at you to protect myself. Like that. Well, I took Arnis or Eskrima, Kali, from my wife for 2 years. That's knife fighting.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you that is a Filipino martial art, and it's designed to use sticks and knives to get you into shape, teach you footwork, all that. Okay, so for 2 years, I thought, oh, man, I'm doing good. Okay, I'm doing good. Then at the last house we lived in, wife and I grabbed our knives and went at it in the living room. Dude, let me tell you, run. Just plain run if somebody's got a knife. She's less than half my size. I mean, she's tiny, 5 foot tall, 100 pounds. She grabbed one of these knives, and this is like one of the last times that we did knife sparring in the living room. She ran right at me. I mean, she was only this far away, and she ran right at me. She used her knife hand to knock my knife hand off to the side. She hip checked me, knocked me off balance. She stabbed me right in the liver, took the knife up, slit my throat, and was standing right behind me, facing me with the knife at the ready. That quick. I mean, that fast. A liver puncture, you're dead. You're going to bleed out. And then she slashed my throat and standing facing me right behind me like that, guys. It's over. If somebody pulls a knife on me, I'm going to run and scream like a bitch, man. I ain't kidding you.
Yeah, you probably wet your pants too.
Don't fight. Oh, dude, I was just standing there in shock. I'm on one leg, and I've been doing this for 2 years, and she ripped me apart. She killed me that fast, and I thought, well, yeah,
I need more training.
Angry anymore.
No.
But she did
That would be a bad idea.
So quick, just so fast. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Never thought about that as foreplay, but well, I guess we could work something out,
Yeah.
No, that's all the truth, guys. To just knock me off balance, got my weapon out offline, stabbed me right in the liver, slashed my throat, and stood right behind me with the knife at the ready. And she's facing me behind me that fast. So it's like, if you come up against somebody who's got a hard heart, an iron heart, and intends to kill you, you're dead. They're going to take you out. You know.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
All the children see in our world is gangs, and we wonder why they join gangs. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are too many of them, and they're growing as well.
We need to join a gang called Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good old scouts.
Yeah, I agree. Or a church gang, or
4-H.
Mm-hmm.
4-H, what's that?
Yeah, I was in the FFA gang.
Yeah, it's a youth development organization here in the United States. It's in almost every single county in the United States. It is through the land grant university in each state.
All right. Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah. Also, it's in Canada. I almost forgot. It is in Canada as well.
All right. Is that open for all ages, is it? Or is there an age limit?
Usually it starts around age 8, somewhere between 6 and 8, and
Right.
it goes through high school. But young people who have disabilities are allowed to stay in past high school.
Oh, good. So is it similar to the Scouts, is it?
It is, but it's agriculturally focused. So kids
right.
kids learn
Yeah.
kids have farm animals and learn, for instance, how to take care of chickens, how to raise chickens, how to raise rabbits, goats. You know, you pick one, and then you study all about it for a year. Basically, that's how long your project lasts, is for a year. And then sometimes if you are raising a market animal, you know, an animal that's usually sold to be butchered, then the project ends usually at the county fair when the child shows the animal in the show ring. It's the animal is judged, and then it's sold at a live auction right there at the fair. And so that's when the project ends. They have to keep records, financial records of their entire project. But they don't just do animals. They do all kinds of things, like they learn. There's the electricity project. There's cooking projects, sewing projects, woodworking projects, camping projects. There's all kinds of things that young people can do in the when they become a 4-H member.
Yeah. So that's some sort of structured, learning and entertainment sort of system in one go, where
Yeah,
good sort of
they
things.
actually have curriculum that's available through the land grant university, specific youth-oriented curriculum for each one of the projects. And so, kids learn, actually, they learn really adult, and I don't say adult topics, but I'm saying by, not like X-rated or anything, but what I'm saying is they learn things that adults would learn, older kids would learn, kids in college would learn, but they're actually learning it at an early age. They actually have a 4-H shooting sports project where kids can learn, to handle firearms as well as archery equipment.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, sounds good. I take it that's more of a. I mean, do people in cities have access to this sort of thing?
Yes,
kids.
They do.
Oh, right, they do. Yeah,
they do.
Oh, I was in the FFA. This is the Future Farmers of America, is associated with the public school system.
Right.
It's associated with agriculture and horticulture classes in high school. And so we're a bit older than the 4-H kids.
Yeah.
But it was very similar. We had to raise either crops and or animals. I raised chickens, and I had to keep track of the budget, how much the feed cost, how much I made back on selling the eggs. And it's really extensive. It's a good thing for young people to join, because I provided my own transportation to county fairs to show my rooster, George. He was an Americana rooster. He won first place at King County Fairground. Right. He was the coolest dude in the world, man. Real chill, you know. But
welcome, Alona. Good to see you, man.
Expensive is because the school system bought us an old Ford tractor. I think they were made in Canada. We repaired it. We got it running. And then not far from the high school, a landowner donated some land for our use, but it was derelict and it was overgrown. So all of us students went out there with axes and saws and that tractor and pulled out stumps, cut down trees, blackberries. And then the school system, someone donated a set of discs for tilling the soil. And we went in there and disked the soil down and let the grass grow back. We repaired an old barn on that property, so the kids who lived in the town could keep their animals in that barn, and they still had to take care of their own animals. You know,
yeah.
It was very good. The Future Farmers of America. It taught the kids budgeting. It taught them disease control. It taught them responsibility, because this animal is yours, and your classmates are not going to feed it. You can't just walk away from it, you know.
So these sorts of programs are good for giving young folk things to do.
It is.
It stops them going. Yeah. It stops them going down the path of radicalization.
Mm-hmm. And so they're and they become good friends with the other people who are in that group, who are also focused on raising animals or learning another life skill. And it's at a really crucial time in the youth development when they are in these groups, and it can really cement friendships, and it can teach kids extremely valuable life skills. I mean, just like Bob said, responsibility. I mean, seriously, responsibility.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of programs similar to this, and you can include the Scouts, the Army Cadets, Sea Cadets, all this sort of thing. But I mean, we're not going to solve this problem here tonight. But all these programs have been available for a while, and they're ongoing. Why are we getting all this radicalization and gang-related segregation and little communities building up and clinging together, and it's just causing divisions throughout the entire community, and it's just turns territorial, doesn't it?
I would say that they're getting that from YouTube, Facebook, TikTok.
And we can't. We can't force people to put their kids in the. We can't force people to put their kids in the program. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, some kids quite willingly want to join these groups and stuff, and other kids just aren't interested, and they'd rather go around causing trouble. It's and then I suppose there's psychology involved in all sorts. I'm no expert in that sort of thing, but it's a problem, and it just escalates onto adulthood, and the level of grievance and violence gets worse and worse until it comes to a head where either they end up dead or they end up killing someone else or multiple people. You know?
And sometimes it is a parent who isn't, because it takes responsibility. It takes responsibility of the parent too. The parent has to be supportive in that program. Yeah. And so if parents are not supportive, then it makes it very difficult for the child to participate in the meetings and, taking care of the animal, because some parents, honestly, some parents sabotage their own children. That's a whole can of worms. But anyway, nevertheless, the programs are out there. And so anybody who has children, at least in the USA and at least some parts of Canada, I don't know that it's in every province, but I know it's in Alberta. And if you have kids and you want to get them involved in a really good program, that's a good one. 4-H or FFA or both. You can be in both.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's very educational, because with the Future Farmers FFA, the school district provided us with a van, and we took trips to Oregon and all around Washington judging other animals, and you learn all the judging skills in the classroom.
Right.
And then you're graded on your judging ability, how observant you are, because a lot of times they'll put an animal in there that looks lean and beautiful, like a dairy cow, for example, but it's actually got an obvious wound, but not a very big one. But you've got to be able to pick that out. It's very, very good programs, but.
And the ability to defend your choices in your judging, because they usually have 4 examples for you to pick from. There's going to be one that's an outstanding first place. There's going to be one that's going to be a definite last. And then there's going to be 2 in here that are going to be like, well, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, or it could be 1, 3, 2, 4. You have to know enough about the subject.
Hey, McBean,
Able
good to see you,
place
brother.
them in the right order, and then be able to defend your choices orally, because there will be a judge who takes what they call oral reasons, and you have to be able to place those items. You say something like, I place this class of dairy cows 4-3-2-1 or 4-2-3-1. I place number 4 the first because it's got a great even udder, nice strong back, blah 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 blah. Anyway, and you just go down the line, and it's Bob's right. It is like a super thing to be involved in.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pity they're not promoted more, and all these other group activities and enhanced learning skills.
Someone on the side brought up a point. It's hard to kill someone that you know and you like, and that's what these groups do. They take young people and put them in a situation where they have to work together. And here I am in the Future Farmers with white kids, Japanese, Filipinos, American Indians that I only saw during the classroom times. But when you take those kids out of the classroom and you travel together and you experience these different events together, it really brings you closer. And I blame a lot of the hatred on mass media and just racial bigotry. I have no room in my life for racial bigotry. None.
Yeah.
Yeah, social media has got media and mainstream media have got a lot to answer for. Definitely.
It certainly does. And that's all they focus in on, is when these young people are doing horrible things. They don't show the FFA events or the Future Farmers of America or young people volunteering to clean up city parks. They don't show that, and they do it for a reason.
Well, yeah, it's even over here the same sort of things. I mean, you never hear about scouting events or cadet events or I can't remember the name of it. Prince of Wales Awards and that sort of thing, Duke of Edinburgh Scheme Award, all those sorts of events. You just never hear about them. Yeah. All they're interested in, all they see on TV, all their input is through media, whether that's film, TV, radio, internet, is death and destruction, sensationalism at the highest order, from
Yes.
flaunting around with no clothes on, over sexualization, through to killing people in video games. It's just complete ridiculousness. And yeah, society's got to get a grip, otherwise we're going to go down a long road where it's going to be hard to recover. And France is finding out that they've gone wrong somewhere along the line pretty quick. Yeah, because France are in their third or fourth day of mass rioting at the moment. Where that will stop, I don't know. And I think that is going to come to spread across Europe pretty quick. So yeah, I mean, going back to the subjects of public safety and safety in events and this sort of thing, people have got to do their research.
Oh, okay.
Pre-trip planning, the actual the trip itself, and keep your head on the swivel. Take every contingency possible.
And always remember and keep it in your heart that I'm a much better looking man than Shadow is. Just remember that.
Well,
Shadow,
remember, Bob, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, shush. Let me dream for a moment, will you?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let Bob has his dreams.
My little dream, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, public safety. One of the first couple of videos I did was about this sort of thing. It's about you and your group or you and your family going out in public, simple things you can do, immediate actions on some sort of terror event and things like this. How to identify people for subsequent statements and this sort of thing. Yeah.
Let me answer this from Dearest Love Survival.
The Real Love Survival.
The Real Love. Okay.
Costa, his name.
Non-government organizations safe. I did participate in one overseas. It was a feeding program, and then the war in Marawi City broke out, and here I am, a 40-something-year-old guy all alone on the other side of the planet, and I got to get my way back. So there's always that risk if you go overseas. There's always a risk.
Yeah, definitely.
That's got some damn good videos here. Preparedness Veteran.
I've worked with NGOs, not with them, but alongside them in various places, from Bosnia, Kosovo, Sierra Leone, and UNHCR, Oxfam, that sort of thing, Save the Children. And the first question is there what NGOs is a huge subject. You're talking about what they are, who they are, they safe, and this sort of thing. If you're working with them, your safety net comes under the framework of their safety net.
Yeah.
Who are they employing to keep their employees safe? I mean, a lot of these NGOs are quite brazen sometimes, and they've got to be to get to to deliver the frontline aid to the places where it needs to be. But they're such easy targets. A huge percentage of aid delivered by NGOs gets ambushed, raided, taken for the enemy's purposes, if you like, not for the people they're intended to go to. Is there such thing as an NGO? How can there be a non-governmental organization funded by a government? There's a lot of talk about these NGOs being embedded with intelligence gathering agencies as a cover sort of thing. The incentives. Well, that's the wrong word, really. The reasons behind some of these employees is good, obviously, but
Spidey sense, yeah.
They're very, very vulnerable. These people. as they should be, because they're at the sharp end, and there's a lot of good people in there, but it's very tenuous. And a lot of these people, quite a few of them get killed, ambushed, taken hostage.
Yeah.
Because of easy leverage.
Yeah. I was the only white guy for 1,000 miles.
Right.
And I stood out like a sore thumb. I got lucky. Nothing happened to me, but yeah. Pardon me for a minute, but gentlemen over here on the side chat, does anyone use their spidey senses? Yeah, I do.
Well, you've got to.
Yeah.
That's your gut feeling.
Yeah.
And what a little statement we said earlier: if something looks at the ordinary, it probably is.
Yeah.
Start questioning why.
Certainly.
Yeah.
If it looks out of place, it is.
In the army, we have something called a combat indicator, something which isn't quite right and indicates that something's about to happen, or to cause some sort of disruption or injury.
Especially when I'm overseas in the Muslim areas, especially there, I'm really careful. And while I'm walking through a crowd of people, let's say at a night market, and I will keep my eyes on their eyes and their hands. You've got to be observant when you're walking through a crowd. Watch their eyes and their hands, their eyes and their hands, their eyes and their hands. You can usually read it when someone's got ill intent in their eyes, because they're staring at you like laser beams. They're focused right in on you, and like, oh man. My wife and I came up with a code when we go overseas. All it takes is a shoulder slap, and we both run. We've done that before. Just that quick. If she sees something, or I see something, or feel something, and when you feel that feeling that someone's coming after you or looking at you, listen to it. Get out right now. Drop what you're doing and leave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take care, Howie. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate that.
So, any questions in the audience? I feel like, Freeman James, the world is already doomed. Yeah, look, it seems like it. I call it social entropy. There's a theory called social entropy, where it's I think it's the second law of thermodynamics, where physically the laws of physics dictate that everything will start off in a pristine, orderous way, and it will gradually get into disorder through various factors. And society is like that. You start off with a nice, perfect society, and it gradually starts to fragment, and all these different piercings come into it and slowly make it a disorderous society and way of life.
Shadow, it looks like you got a sunburn.
No, I'm not.
No?
It's the light, just the light.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not. So I'm not. I don't have a sunburn. I believe. I hope not, because I want to stay pale.
I'm turning brown.
No,
Yeah.
I'm pale.
Oh, all right. Just the camera angle and the light. Yeah. I'm turning brown.
Yeah, it's a weird light.
When I spend time out in the garden, that's what happens. Get brown.
I don't do the sun anymore. 50-degree heat in Afghanistan would just finish me off.
Hender says, my concern is the more difficult the economy crisis it gets, the more society goes to shit. Hordes of hungry folks or gangs of youth with drug problems targeting folks.
Yeah, I've been through that. The drugs,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's very,
Uh,
very dangerous.
a couple of years ago, we had a music festival here in Sweden, but they had to shut that festival down for one reason, is that there were very popular music festival, rock festival, so there was a lot of people there. But what they did, there was a specific uh, types of a small gang, basically. They went up behind females, one female, and they raped them on spot. So that's why they didn't had any chance at all. So that's why they shut the whole festival down the next year.
Yeah.
Monsters. What a
Yeah.
beast to do that. Just a monster.
I mean,
That's awful.
if people, the equipment, like I said earlier, the equipment you take to any sort of event, even in your EDC, you could look at it in the way that, or choose the equipment that it doubles up as some sort of weapon. There's many countries around the world, UK is a prime example. You're not allowed to, it's illegal to own a weapon of any shape or form. So you've got to start looking at alternative things that double up as weapons. For a lady, it could be a hair comb with a spike on the end.
Mhm.
They're available. High-heeled shoes that can cause quite a bit of damage. Hairspray.
Yeah,
Pens.
hairspray in the eyes is not fun.
Yeah, anything. Just when you look at whatever you take as part of your ADC, so that, let's say you use a festival as an example, then look at the items you're taking and think, could I actually take something else, the same purpose that can double up as a weapon? And this in this day and age, you got to think of these sort of things, and it's a bad situation to be in, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, I've got a. Can I show you my keychain for a moment?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Um,
Bob always has interesting things to show us.
Here's fire starters, but that's my key ring. It goes on a lanyard around my neck.
Yeah.
And after I park the car wherever I'm at, I carry this in my hand. You can roll it up in your hand like that.
Yeah.
It's a simple lanyard. And I walk until I get into the supermarket or wherever I'm at, and then I roll it up and put it in my pocket. That can be used as a striking weapon.
Yeah.
That's an example of dual use.
Yep. Well, Costa, the rule of survival there. I'm not wearing high heels on stage, Pete. Not unless you're doing some sort of tribute act. Well, yeah. So even the bag you carry can be quite an effective weapon or defensive item if you choose to it. Backpacks. I mean, you're talking close proximity attacks here. And this sort of thing where you've got groups of people attacking single females and even blokes nowadays. It's getting quite common, especially in India is a hot spot for this sort of thing.
Oh,
There's not a
wow.
moment that goes by in India where you don't hear something like some sort of gang rape going on, stuff like that. Yeah, Daryl. Yeah, a guitar as a weapon. Anything around you. I mean, we're talking about here. We're talking about when there's no option other than to fight back, because, as you said earlier, Bob, your first immediate aim is just get out of the area.
Get out. Yeah. I agree.
There's no point in trying to be the hero.
Especially like I'm 60 years old. How long can I fight a 20-year-old? Not long.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
long.
Not long.
Or even 2 of them, 3 of them,
Yeah.
and so on.
Mhm. And they're high on meth or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble.
At the end of the day, it's just, your possessions. It's just stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you got to keep these working. Turn your head and look.
Yeah.
Look.
That is a good question. Why bring uncivilized people to a civilized place, country? Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's a whole other subject, but America, Canada, France, Britain, we're all seeing the same sort of thing. Uncontrolled illegal immigration into your country with people who have got no allegiance to your country. I see a common trend, and I'm starting to be to get sort of proved right in a way. Unskilled people going into a country,
And nobody's doing anything to stop it.
exactly.
That's
Someone's facilitating it.
Yes.
If the will was there, it would be stopped. So therefore, the will isn't there. These people with no skills, or for those people with no skills, they're going to walk into a best case scenario. They walk into an unskilled job, and with this dream of climbing up the ladder, and they soon find out that they're never going to achieve that dream. They get disgruntled, and then you get key flashpoints kicking off. It's a huge clash of cultures, and so many people see this, and many people, they just can't say anything because they're afraid of repercussions through the police knocking at your door because you tweeted something or put something on Facebook.
Right.
People just don't say anything, but the majority of the population, they're all on the same song sheet. But then so the fallout, we've seen the fallout of this sort of thing, and it is disgruntled attacks on people in public places.
I posted a video today from a local news story. Do you guys recall 2020, the George Floyd riots, and when part of the city of Seattle was occupied by those bunch,
Yeah.
Just yesterday, there was a man who murdered another man there in Chaz Chop.
Oh my goodness.
And it took basically 3 years to build a case against the guy and put him away for 14 years for murder. Now, law enforcement is still out there and it's still working, but it takes time until that. You got to depend upon yourself. Is what I'm trying to say. You've got to work together with your family and learn how to fight. You have to, because the police can't be everywhere, but law enforcement is still working. They're still out there and they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. The police do such a hard job. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes at all. And there's, in many towns and cities, large towns in Britain, you get in 2, 3, 4 policemen covering the whole town. It's just ridiculous. They've literally turned into a reactive force because they just haven't got the manpower to deal with anything these days.
Vet, I think things like that are possible to change because they did defund the police all over Washington State for a while. And now my local police department has hired on new police officers. And things change. The politicians change things to fit the political climate, no matter how much it harms us. But it does go back to where it was before. There's always hope. Don't give up on hope. Never give up on hope.
Yeah. It was, my wife was on Twitter the other day and she got a message off one of her friends. And basically, this guy was walking down a country lane on farmland. It's a public lane, so general public can use it. And he says someone just shot at him with a rifle. He says he knew it was a rifle because he used to go on the ranges with his dad, so he's well aware of what bullets, rounds sound like when they pass overhead and so on. He said someone just shot at him with a rifle, so he hits the deck and phones the police, and the police says, "Are they still shooting at you?" He said, "Well, no." He said, "Well, there's nothing we can do."
Oh
that was
my
it.
God.
End of story.
Oh my
So
gosh.
he basically
That tracks.
crawls about 50 meters down this lane and ran off. So, the event, was it someone out game shooting and it was a stray bullet, or was it someone intentionally targeting him? You will never know. But
Yeah.
there's nothing we can do. So
Got to be your own first responder.
Yeah.
He did the right thing. If he thought he's being targeted, get on the ground and get out of there.
and first aider as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Or keep a smaller person you can put in front of you, and put your buddy in front of you and then escape. I'm joking.
Don't be the slowest person.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's for a bear attack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like that. That's what I'm joking about. I don't have to run fast. I just have to run faster than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do I ever watch that movies?
Yeah, Death Wish. In fact, that was one of the Michael Winner, wasn't it, the director? That was one of the first movies I saw, which you saw the general public fight back. He's walking down the road at night in Central Park or something like that, and he's got a sock full of coins. Classic example of a hidden weapon that you could quite easily turf
Hey,
out.
Dior's.
Disguised as something else. Dios, you're right. So the only question you got to ask the police is when they ask you, you got to come up with some sort of answer as to why you've got an extra sock in your pocket. Yeah, Charles Bronson. In fact, I think it was Death Wish 2 or 3.
Hey, do me a favor. Can you go back to that story? Like, you got to a point where you talk about the guy who's crawling on his belly down the road, after getting shot at and the police not doing anything.
Yeah. So my wife's friend sent him a DM on Twitter and told him about this experience he had a couple of days ago. So he was walking down this country lane, public lane, in the middle of farm country, and
Where is this at? What country is this?
It's in England, UK.
I'll be damned.
And he said, "I've just been shot at." Phoned the police and just been shot at. He said he knew it was a shot because he used to go on the ranges with his father, and so he knows what rounds sound like.
I heard all this. This part is just like
Right.
I get to hear the conclusion of the story until
right.
you got this part far as where you said that he was crawling down the lane on his belly and he'd already called the police. And he said, "Are you being shot at right now?" I was like, "No." I was like, "Sorry, we can't do anything."
Yeah, can't do anything. So they hung up, and he said, "Right," and so he crawled out of that place and ran off, and that was it. So the point being, unless you're in the immediate sort of danger zone and you can see who's shooting at you and you can give the police some sort of indication of who it was, they're just not interested.
So planning is key for future events, festivals, and gigs.
Do you
Indeed.
suppose that video was full of shit? Just a bunch of hogwash, you suppose?
I think he's a genuine guy, this bloke, and
Okay.
I'm not sure about his range experience and all this sort of thing, but yeah, there is truth in that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I am going to go back to what Bob was saying. You know, like he's showing his key ring that he carries. That according to my buddy Abe, he says that over there in the UK, you can actually get in trouble for carrying a big old key ring with you.
Wow.
A key ring.
Yeah, big old key ring with a whole bunch of keys on it, and then people like to put them on lanyards and do exactly what Bob was talking about doing, using it as a weapon of opportunity.
No, I would say you're quite within your rights to do that. You can get away with it quite easily.
I mean, one would think that you would be.
The thing is, in Britain, it's all about attitude. I mean, I've heard. I mean, it's legal to carry around a knife, a folding blade knife, and the blade's got to be less than 3 inches. So it's legal to carry them. With no, you don't have to have a reason for that. But I've heard various incidents where people have actually been arrested for having that with them, based on their attitude. So when the police over here they start talking to you, I suppose it must be the same for other countries as well. The moment they start to engage with you, they build up sort of a picture of various things. I don't know their exact procedures.
True.
You know, so
Yeah.
why is this bloke acting this way? Why is he so defensive? And he's got this. You know, they build a picture, and it's all to do with sort of intent.
It's not much different over here in the U.S. in certain jurisdictions, certain states. They'll do the same thing. They'll heck, you don't even have to be carrying a weapon or anything like that. You know, that's why a lot of quote unquote experts will say, do not stop and have a conversation with the police, because at any time they're trying to build a case against you for some crime that you may or may not have committed. You know?
Yeah. So generally, it's about your attitude, your engagement with the police. If you start coming out over aggressive, arrogant, or this sort of thing, they will start looking for reasons to take you in. And unless you've got a weapon, they'll generally leave you alone. So, you know, firearms, knives, that sort of thing, instant police activity in the cells. If you've got a long keychain or things like that, then you're generally okay. Same with the smaller items that can double up as weapons, like Kubatons and things like this, monkey fists. Yeah. Yeah, go on, Bob.
Okay, thank you. I think you guys should also keep in mind, it is the Marxist and radical left agenda to make sure that you have no faith in your police and your own government. So I believe a lot of that stuff is Marxist lies. The police are not there. They're not going to help you, on and on. That's part of their long-term plan, so that if your government is under threat, you won't react. You'll just sit there and eat your Cheetos and, you know.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind, guys. Some of these stories that you hear may not be true. May be put out by people with an agenda.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to go. So thank you so much, Scout, for Shadow Scout, for having me up here. I really appreciate it. But I've got to go now.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for stopping by and joining me up here.
Bye.
Take care. Stay safe.
See you later.
God bless.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I do have something to add to the subject, and it's not necessarily about self-defense, you know, like kind of goes back to what Bob was saying a little bit, you know, kind of know your exit strategy, exit out of here. Like with many of these small towns, if they already haven't had it happen, they're going to be having it happen here pretty soon, you know, with upcoming Independence Day here in the U.S. Many of them are going to be having in their downtown section, you know, 4th of July parades and everything like that. And, you know, of course, the streets and everything are going to be closed. And from the standpoint of something bad could potentially happen, you know, could have some crazy guy out there who takes the opportunity to try to hurt a whole bunch of people, or something freakish could happen. Bad accident, bad storm, doesn't matter. Mass casualty, so you got to get out of there. But
Yeah.
and then maybe regroup and reassess, and then figure out if you want to try to help and be a part of the solution for the problem, or if you want to just remove yourself so you're not there, the wrong place. Like there's few people out there, kind of like myself, you got first aid training and certifications and CPR certification, which my certification for the CPR is going to expire come next January. Might want to consider going back and seeing if you can lend out any aid. I don't know. There's some thoughts of mine, as far as safety at festivals.
Even if you have got some gear with you that you are not sure how to use, you could just throw it to someone else, and say, you could have
whose profession actually is to be able to use that gear.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a field dressing in your pocket as a just in case.
Yeah.
And if anything goes on, you think, oh bloody hell, I don't want to look at what's happening there because his leg's hanging off or whatever, or I haven't got the skills to deal with that situation. So you say you throw it to the guy who's dealing with it and say, yeah, I've got a field dressing here, use it, and they could use it, Yeah.
Yeah.
But but you don't want to walk around as a walking temporary EMT unit.
No.
Likewise, you're walking around with a big backpack on, saying, "Everybody, it's okay, I'm here." My backpack's
well, I mean, a lot of cases too. A simple T-shirt and being able to use, well, like we were talking about weapons of opportunity. I guess we'd be talking about medical supplies or medical wrappings and bandages of opportunity. Using a T-shirt, using a towel, using a belt as an improvised tourniquet, and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, some people.
I'm gonna be honest with you, there ain't very many people out there that walk around with Cat 5s.
Yeah, you're talking seasoned preppers there, and as part of their EDC and stuff,
Yeah, I don't even do that. That's next level beyond me.
Yeah, I mean, all part of your pre-planning to any sort of major event. The current, you could quite easily look at any national website and they'll tell you the current terror threat, and it could say things like, be aware mass gatherings and big events may attract terrorist activity. And if you read that and you're going to one of these events, you should start thinking about carrying some sort of, even small first aid kit in the backpack, if it's permitted. Some places they might not even allow backpacks in there,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, the last concert I went to, they allowed backpacks, but either they had to inspect them right there at the door, or they had to be like a clear see-through backpack. In most cases, it was like a clear see-through backpack or a mesh backpack. But that's beside the point. I was gonna say, you brought up another issue, and it's kind of related to the whole terrorism thing, except for it's not terrorism. Okay, for instance, over there in Chicago, I think it's Southside Chicago, they had incidences. Not even necessarily festivals or anything like that. You get a whole bunch of group of rowdy teenagers and young people out there on the streets causing chaos and literally causing traffic jams in downtown Chicago. And they're like running amok, smashing storefronts, jumping on people's cars and getting in fights with each other, getting in fights with actually just assaulting random people on the streets. Like, they'd seen plenty of news about that come out, places like Southside Chicago. So not even necessarily a mass shooting, not necessarily a mass terrorism event, but still a lot of people and a lot of property got hurt or damaged.
Yeah, the mob mentality. So I was going to ask you, so you said clear backpacks,
Yeah.
see-through backpacks. Was that indicated when tickets were bought? How did people know how to turn up with a see-through backpack?
So most cases, if you're bringing in a bag that's over a certain dimension, heck, if it's not obvious that it's going to be camera equipment or camera bag, that they will stop you at the door. And heck, most cases they won't even allow you to have a backpack, even if it is see-through. Like they gotta, because they don't want people concealing weapons, like not even knives. Like the last concert I went to, and this is 5 years ago. I walked through a metal detector and everything, so I couldn't even carry my regular.
Uh-oh.
We lost him.
We lost Steve.
It is probably his internet connection.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry. I was too quick.
Well, there's a lot of holes there.
Your law enforcement, that you can't be bringing anything with you.
Yeah.
Like they want you completely disarmed. That's the point, And they're guys, if everybody's disarmed, then there's no chance for anybody to try to stab other people or hurt anybody. Heck, shoot, I remember seeing footage years ago of a Raiders football game, NFL football game. A Raiders fan in the stand pulled out a pocket knife and literally started stabbing another fan out there in the stands. Like, it was another fan of rivalry team. By the way, freaking Raiders fans, they're fucking thugs. They're absolute thugs. I hate Raiders fans. But I remember seeing that. It's like they're trying to prevent shit like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you can't. It's a difficult one when you're in a position of control. It's difficult for them because, let's say you're in a festival, you're basically at the mercy of the security in that site, the security, and then the people who are doing some sort of crowd control in that site as well.
Yeah.
And if you go in there, you're disarmed and you're stripped of everything, then nothing you can do really. You just got to keep your head in a swivel, make sure you know the exits, identify who the security people are, first aid stations, firefighting gear, just simple stuff. And if there's any sort of safety briefing, you've got to listen to it because we all seen on the aeroplane, many people ignore the safety briefings on airplanes when something happens. Just run around like headless chickens.
Well, my favorite part on those airplanes, people pay extra money for the exit row seats because they got more leg room, and those people are by default, and they even say in the safety briefings they're responsible with helping with the exit and egress and rescue of their fellow passengers.
Been there many
But
times.
of course, it always goes to the highest bidder. So never mind if the person's not physically capable of, doing their job if it ever comes up.
Yeah, back in the 80s, or especially 70s, 80s, and 90s. 70s and 80s mainly, we had a good information distribution campaign by the government, believe it or not, to do with terrorism, and it was the IRA threat. And basically, there were adverts on TV, radio, leaflets even going round, telling people, you got to be aware. If you're a key member, check under your vehicle and this sort of stuff. Don't take the same route twice and avoid routine, this sort of thing. And if you see something suspicious, report it and that sort of thing. You just don't hear or see any of that anymore. And the general awareness of the public has just gone down. They're just walking around with their heads in their phones and trying to take the next picture for Instagram,
Well, like I've been to plenty of places, and I think the best example is Connecticut. They had they would always have the ad campaigns on the radio and on TV, the see something, say something. But that to me also gets to be a dangerous precedent, because now we got, okay, it's one thing to be aware, it's one thing to be self-aware, it's one thing to be aware of your surroundings, people around you and all that, but it's another thing because now we're starting to get up onto that slippery slope where now we're starting to basically turn people against one another, turn each other into little commissar spies, like, oh, this guy, like he's carrying a bag, or like if it's something that's pretty obvious, yeah, you better say something. But it's just like now we're getting into some pretty deep waters here. And
well, I mean, yeah, in UK, in especially the 80s, there wasn't 1 or 2 weeks that went by when something happens. Whether that
I remember.
Bomb, the RA blew someone up or shot someone, things like this. And it got to the stage where if you met someone in public and they were Irish, whoa, stand back, are they IRA and this sort of thing, and alarm bells would be ringing. But people generally just got on with their lives, and it was a case of defiance, really. I'm not going to get my life disrupted because there's a bomb gone off in the next city. I'm going to carry on doing it. But people still were vigilant. It did get to a stage at one point where people were really doubting whether or not to do X, Y, and Z. Go down to such and such hotel or go to such and such sporting event and things like this in case something did happen. But generally, people in Britain got on with it, and apart from when you met someone Irish, there was always question marks going in your head.
I'm going to throw this out there to back up what you're saying there, veteran. My first time to England, and it was in the 80s. And I got a day rail pass, and I went down to different villages, just hopped off and did a little shopping, looking around. And I walked into a pub to get a pint and some lunch, and I'm carrying bags. And I walked up to the bartender and I said, "Where's your water closet?" And he pointed that way. Yeah. And all the blokes in the pub looked at me strangely because an American accent. They looked at me, and I went to set my bags down at the bar, and this look of terror in their eyes. Yeah. And so I saw that, and so I just picked up my bags and walked to the bathroom, took a piss, came out, and as soon as I hit the bar, one of the patrons in the bar or the pub walked into the bathroom to check and see if I left anything inside there. Yeah. And I remember the 70s and 80s there, that we saw that on our national news every day. It was a bombing, and I can understand how the public was afraid. I can understand.
Well, there was a number of pub bombings that occurred. One was Guildford, but that it was that sort of scenario: walk in, leave a bag, timer, walk out. Minutes later, it would go off. And this threat of IEDs in bags and so on still is here today. It might be a different faction or continue, people doing it, but this is something extra that people have got to think about when you go into these events. We're waiting for the next big one, really. The next
Actually, it's funny that this subject kind of got brought up. It's funny, like one of the survivalist book series I like to listen to. It's the aftermath of an EMP being detonated, but over the United States. But book series called "Going Home" by Angry American. But one of the books, I want to say it's probably about book 6. They actually talk about that scenario where that this market's coming back to life. It's a bunch of traders and all that, and these 2 guys working for the DHS, they come in undercover and everything like that, and they literally leave behind a bag bomb, and it detonates and it kills a whole bunch of people and injures a bunch more and everything like that. But it's just like, no, like I said, I see it still being relevant, but I'm just saying. I do have to ask a question, and this is just to confirm what my buddy Aid was saying. And I'm sure you've been around long enough to probably answer this. But he was saying, and it might even still be a problem to this day, I don't know, but it was definitely a problem back in the 70s and 80s. He was saying that the IRA would kidnap people off the street, especially if they found out they were American, and they would extort their families from back home so they could get them back. Does that ring a bell to you?
That sort of thing did go on. I'm not sure whether or not they specifically targeted Americans, but sympathizers, yes, definitely. And especially on in Northern Ireland itself, the common sort of MO would be to kidnap someone off the street. Car would pull up, door would open,
Throw them in.
folks throw them in. They drive off. The next thing you know, you wake up in a warehouse with a bag over your head, and they're not really questioning you. They're just telling you what you've done wrong. And before you know it, they put a round your kneecap to you, or giving you an OBE, one beyond the ear. And, that's
I have to be careful of that when I'm in Mindanao. I have to be very careful of that because of the Muslim. But let me share one story with you, and then I'm going to bounce out and go over to Maria's live. When the wife and I were in Rome, we stopped in at a McDonald's and ordered our food, got our food, and it was a 2-story McDonald's in downtown Rome. And we're sitting, it's a tourist area, guys, and we're sitting there eating along with others. And a guy he looked like Pakistani. I'm not a bigot, but I mean, he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. He walked past my wife and I and other couples and set down some bags. And I saw him do that. And I said to my wife, shit, he's leaving his bags. Oh, shit. And I immediately said to him, get your bags and get out of here. And he stood there and shook his head. That's all he did. And a British couple next to us, the Brit says, mate, get your bags. And he just like that. And he went down the stairs. I slapped my wife on the shoulder. I said, baby, let's go. And she and I both got up and ran out and ran down the stairs. We ran past him, and my wife confronted him and said, go get your bags. That's all this guy did. And we were out of there now. And we both got to the sidewalk. We're breathing heavy and covered in sweat. And I said, let's get some distance. Let's go. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Unfortunately, nothing happened. And I made a video about that on my channel. And so many people said, well, why didn't you walk up and check the bags? No.
That is the most stupid thing you can do.
Stupidest. You don't touch that. No, nothing happened. But I mean, I think I feel really strongly about this. We did the right thing. Nobody else did anything. Even the British couple, they just sat there and eating like cows. Everybody else, and they saw and heard what was happening, because I'm not hiding this from the public. Get your bags. He just left his bags. Nobody else reacted. They all just sat there and kept eating.
Yeah.
Well, we used to teach that and this probably gets taught to anyone, any security, especially in festivals, particularly after the amount of events that have gone on, including Ariana Grande concert. Anyone in authority or power or in control or in security of a certain event gets taught something called the 4 C's, which is confirm, clear, communicate, and control. So if anyone reports, say, a suspicious bag that's been unattended or left, then if you're a member of the public, then what you should do is you should report it to the security or whatever, and then it's up to them. They go through this procedure, you see. They go up there, confirm it is some sort of suspicious device. Whether or not they want to start delving into it, it's up to them. But by this time, you would have gone.
Yeah.
It's up to them then. It's their responsibility to clear the area, get people out of the danger zone, and then they communicate the threat to the rest of their authority. They pass it up the chain, and then you're into the control phase where you control the area and stop any unauthorized people going in and out of the area, you see. So that's what people in authority or security get taught, 4 C's. Confirm, clear, communicate, and control.
Yeah.
As a member of the public, the first thing you should do is you're the threat. You're the potential victim here. So tell someone to get out. Basically, don't use your mobile phone because
I did that.
Yeah.
And nobody did anything. They just sat there and kept eating.
Well,
The frequency of the phone could detonate the device.
yeah. When you're in a restaurant, you're talking about people who aren't sort of briefed and versed with these sorts of procedures. So they're not really going to be interested. They're not going to know basically what to do. So, yeah, get out of there. Get to a safe distance and then tell someone.
Yeah. I'm going to bounce, guys.
No worries,
Okay, Bob.
Catch you later
Sorry
on.
I was going to say, the person that was saying, oh, you should have checked the bag and everything. It's like, what an idiot. It's like, you don't think that's a timer? And then I was going to say, secondly, don't you think that would look a little suspicious if you were rifling through somebody else's bag?
Yeah.
It's going to be accusing people of crime. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry. Some people, man.
It just goes to show you how easy, how many people become victims. They're just stupid. They're like cows, I mean, well, all right. Peace, you guys. Thanks for having me.
Take care, Bob. Stay safe.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, so the bag, the unattended bag, if it is something sinister, it doesn't even have to be an IED or a bomb. It could be some sort of chemical, like Tokyo Underground, for instance, and you're then continually being exposed to some sort of nerve agent vapor. And when we're talking about distances, safe distances, a general rule of thumb, you could sort of split it down into 3 sizes. Rucksack size. So if the suspect device is sort of a rucksack size, you want to be at least 100 meters away. If it's a small vehicle size, then you want to be about 200 meters away. Sort of a car or a large car. And if it's
200 meters away, would that be about a block or
200 meters, say 200 yards? There's not much in it. If it's a lorry or a truck, then you want to be 400 yards, 400 meters away minimum, because you're dealing with shockwave and you're dealing with the secondary blast effects of flying glass, flying debris.
Yeah.
And not only that, but falling debris. You'll be amazed how long it takes for pieces of shrapnel and debris to come back down to earth once it's been blown 300 or 400 meters up. You're talking 20, 30 seconds. So
similar subject, similar concept, and like I said, it's kind of deviating just a tad, but every time I watch a TV show or a movie and I see somebody or actually even listen to like my story, you know, my audio books, and I'd listen to somebody trying to, you know, get an unruly crowd to stop doing stupid stuff, and they'll pull out their pistol and fire a couple shots in the air. It's like, it always makes me cringe, because it's like, nobody ever talks about those bullets coming back down and being just as dangerous and just as deadly, you know, when they're coming back down to earth. Sorry. But, yeah.
Well, yeah. That's why when they when you authorize a range to be instated, you've got to think about the trajectory of stray rounds falling back down to earth as well. So you got a huge template to work from.
But yeah, just similar deal. You know, you're talking about shrapnel after a bomb goes off. Well, I mean, it's no different with the bullets too. So like, just imagine that shrapnel being the bullets for somebody discharging a firearm in the air like an idiot.
Yeah. Well, we were in Bosnia, and we went out to destroy some 500-pound bombs that were dropped. And so we went out with the engineers, the OD team. It was a bit of a fun day for us, really. So we went out with them, helped them rig this thing up, and they let us press the buttons to blow it up. And we had this 500-pound bomb, which is about 500 meters away. So we're in situation, rigged it up to detonate. And it went up, and literally 30 seconds later, there was still debris falling down, because this thing was just immense. And when I say minimum distance, you've also got to consider getting out of the line of sight of a potential bomb as well. So put yourself in, make sure there's things in between your solid structures, walls, or other buildings and stuff like that, so you're not getting the immediate direct short sort of shrapnel hitting you. And if possible, get under cover, because debris can fall for a long time. But be aware of glass, really.
Yeah.
Glass is a problem, because when it's small pieces, they are really sharp and they get through everything.
Yeah. We all saw the video of the Chelyabinsk meteor that came in and exploded, and then like a minute later it blew all the windows in. That's quite a famous video to look at. There's many examples of glass shredding things as a result of a bomb. Yeah, but, people also got to. This is why I say identify the security staff and stuff, because if anything it goes off, or you identify a suspicious bag, then you can go and tell the relevant security bloke or woman. Yeah. You got to also know your own code to tell the police if it's a police matter as well. 911 American, 999 Britain, 112 in Sweden, is it? Shadow?
Yeah, 112 here in Sweden.
112, yeah. Yeah, so rucksack size 100 meters, small vehicle 200, large truck 400. Sort of the general sort of rule of thumb. Yeah, don't use your phone, but other people may do, so that's an extra point as well.
Make some phone calls, stand there and videotape. Oh, what's going to happen? Well, I mean, if anything happens, you're not going to be alive to see it, or you can upload it to YouTube or social media or whatever the heck you plan on doing.
Yeah. I mean, there's various different ways of initiation. Victim initiated, or backpack, backpack bombers, command wires, where they just sit back in a safe distance, and as soon as they get a crowd of people around the device, they blow it up. A favorite one was, especially in Iraq, was using key fobs and baby monitors as an initiation device. I won't mention any more in case this stream will probably get banned. It all comes down to having awareness and an immediate action plan. And as far, if it's an active shooter or a device that's gone off, the last thing you want to do is start just run in one direction, which many people have seen to be done. You just want to stop, get down, just to have a quick scan around the area, assess what's going on, and then formulate a plan from there and just get yourself out of there, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
In many cases, if it's an IED, I use the example. Have we all heard of the Ariana Grande concert? Which
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was in the Navy when that happened.
Right. Well, I spoke to one of the mothers. Her daughter was at it got blown up. She didn't die; she survived. But they basically said that when a device goes off and the emergency services turn up, this is Britain specific, but it probably relates to other countries as well. They immediately start to ring fence different areas, and if you're in sort of what's determined as the kill zone, that's it. They won't. Their priority then is the zone after that.
Yeah,
or just slightly away from that. What they found was that the device went off, and people within the immediate area, I think within the hallway, 50 odd meters, so they were all just written off. They were dead as far as these emergency services.
Yeah. So just basically immediate triage without having to assess them at that point in time, because we got to worry about other people that are pretty deadly injured, but still could be saved. But their injuries are life-threatening enough that
was classed as a non-survivable zone. But there were people who actually were survived in that zone, and the ambulance crew didn't go into that zone for an hour because they were busy treating the other casualties in the outer zones. And it was down to the people who were survived in that immediate area to treat casualties who were still alive. And there were many that were still alive in that zone. That was one of the big lessons learned from that situation. And it wasn't really distributed for a while after, and that was a real grievance with a lot of the families. And what this mother told me, that was one of the big things that they experienced when her daughter was there as well. So if you're in that zone, you could expect no help for an hour because of this sort of situation. Yeah. So it's down to your, like you said, ingenuity and MacGyver skills to use whatever's at hand or what you've got with you. So it's well, it's not a good situation at best, but it's going to be so confusing, so disorientating, and at best you'll be able to work your way through with no further injury. So some of the questions we've got here. So what about training the fans at gigs to be more aware during events? Would handing out leaflets help?
Well, send out leaflets is easier than train them, because if you have a lot of fans, you
thing is,
you don't have people enough to train them all.
In a place like a festival.
Yep.
Go on.
I was saying the problem too, you hand out leaflets. Yeah, you can hand out leaflets all day long, and there are going to be more than enough people out there that don't even bother to crack the leaflet open to even scan what's in there. Just like and then toss it on the ground, and it's just more litter on the ground at the festival or whatever the venue might be. It's like at the end of the day, you didn't really accomplish much other than generate more trash. So it's like those people are just going to be just as clueless and helpless as possible, as they were before you handed them a leaflet.
The number of people who actually
on the net before the gigs. That is another good idea.
The number of people who actually read the leaflets will be pretty minimal, I should imagine, because they're all hyped up to see the band or whatever it is.
Exactly.
it's probably as suggested there. It's probably better off to give advice beforehand when you're booking the tickets or something like that, because then you've captured that person in sort of their sort of planning phase, because that person's going to be thinking about right, how do I get there? Going to book transport? Who's going to come with me? And it's adding to their sort of planning phase, if you like, whether it be conscious or subconscious. But yeah.
I mean, we can all, like, all of us here on this panel right now today, we can all agree to some extent or another. There's some people you just can't help, no matter what, because they don't have the attention span. They don't want to take the time to better themselves, better their position or whatever. So you can't help them. But by and large, there's going to be a lot of people, especially with the whole leaflets thing. By and large, you're at an event like that, you're not going to sit down and read this crap. Like, you're not in the right frame of mind to be doing that. It's just, that's just the fact, Like,
absolutely.
That's why the flight stewardess, whenever you get on an airline, they tell you everything that's in that little emergency brochure that's in the seat ahead of you. They tell you exactly everything, because they know that people aren't going to read that. Like, you got what? Maybe at best one person out of 100, that might, for curiosity's sake, just crack that open and look at that. I'm just saying. Yeah. And those are the reusable leaflets that are laminated that you put back in your front seat in front of you.
It'll be the people who are bored. Well, this is when it comes down to the quality of staff and security, I suppose, because it'll be up to them to control the masses, and when something like that goes off, you are literally the masses, and you just shoveled into an area or shoveled out through an exit door, and that's it. There's been a lot of events, especially here in Britain, which have been cancelled because the event organisers just can't afford to have the insurance anymore, to pay for the insurance, because it's gone up so much. And a lot of these events have been low-level town day events and summer fairs and this sort of thing, carnivals. The insurance rates have gone through the roof because they've got to go through so many hurdles and checks and hire so many staff and have so many things in place and get the tick in the box from fire brigades to have the fire system checks and all this sort of stuff. It's a very but you'd expect that sort of thing to go on in these huge concerts, definitely, because you send your kids to a concert and it's their first concert, they're all excited and this sort of thing, and you want them to be as safe as possible, and you're putting the trust of your kids into the event organizers, the security, and all this sort of stuff.
It's not much different over here in the U.S. too, as far as that stuff goes. So once they're in, they're fenced in. It's almost like a prison, really. Prison. They paid the entry fee.
And then you've got to start worrying about, are they going to get robbed, raped, drugged, and all this sort of stuff. It's a bit of a minefield, really. Unless, of course, you do the old dad shadowing thing and take your kids to the festival and follow them around.
Kind of glad I don't have kids, because I don't even know what I do with them in this day and age. All the stupid stuff that's going on in the media. But that aside, no. It's part of the reason why I just don't go to a lot of concerts, venues, or festivals, or any of that stuff. It's just because most of the time you're expected to surrender everything you're carrying with you, so you can be in a vulnerable state. And because your neighbor's in a vulnerable state, you're in a vulnerable state, that there's absolutely no chance of you two hurting each other. It's like, I'm sorry, but fists and feet kill way more people, at least here in the U.S., kill more people here annually than a lot of these weapons do, especially, when we're talking about GUNS.
It's probably down to
This
the root of it all is probably down to alcohol.
kill more people than firearms. Yeah. Well, I thought that's I'm glad you brought the alcohol too. That's another reason why a lot of these venues, even the sporting events, it's not just limited to concerts, but even the sporting events over here in the U.S., like an overwhelming majority of them, they will not serve alcohol in glass bottles. If you go up there and you buy a beer, it will not be served to you in a glass bottle. It will be served to you either an aluminum can, in a plastic cup, poured straight from the tap. But you will not get it in a glass bottle, because they had too many issues where people throwing the bottles or busting the end of the bottle, by the neck, and then using it as a improvised
It's a club.
cutting, no, to cut people. They bust the end of the bottle and be using it as an improvised shiv and cutting people, or heck, you know what? They club people over the top of the head with them, bust the bottle on somebody's head. That, most people know, if you get a head injury, you get a minor cut on the head, that's going to bleed profusely. In fact, more oftentimes than not, a cut to the top of somebody's head, it's actually not nearly as bad as it looks. It's just, it bleeds heavily. And I know this from experience, because back in the Navy, I had a steel hatch slam shut on top of my head. Got a nice 1.5 inch long scar across the top of my head, and ended up getting, a bunch of staples. But man, I never seen so much bleeding my entire life from my own body. But no, they don't serve liquor at sporting venues, concerts, or anything like that. At least here in the U.S. Heck, even some areas like the local bar district, if they're watching, people are out in masses at the bar districts watching these sporting games, they will serve the beer on tap, in plastic cups. They don't even give them, bar glasses, because, you got hockey, I hate to pick on hockey fans, but you got hockey fans, this is a classic example. I'm sure it's the same over there in Canada. Whether your team wins or loses, you got people that go out there and riot, and they start using this stuff as improvised weapons, or they start throwing stuff, using it as means of vandalism or everything. So that's why a lot of these areas, when there's like a big event, even if you're not directly a part of the event, let's say, like I said, sporting event, you're out there, you're watching the game on TV at the local pub or local bar, they serve it in plastic glasses, or they serve it in aluminum cans. They don't give out glass, just for that very reason.
We used to have there was at one point in Britain there was they used to ban newspapers in football matches, because there was a team notorious. It was called Chelsea Football Team, notorious for making weapons out of newspapers, and this thing was called a Chelsea brick. And what they'd do is they'd take the newspaper in, and they'd fold it in such a way so tight that it's like the size of a fist, but really, really compressed. And you throw that at someone, it's like a brick, and that's what they used to call it, a Chelsea brick. So for a period of time, they used to ban newspapers at these football matches.
See, but I never heard of that. But I've seen, I remember watching this one video. It wasn't a video. It had like a TV show. I think it was on National Geographic. I think it was National Geographic. It was I don't know if they called it Fight Science or something like that, but it was a show dedicated to showing just very, very basic entry level self-defense tactics and weapons of opportunity tactics that a person could employ, even if they don't have, any hand-to-hand combat experience or self-defense self-defense experience.
Yeah.
They're showing how a magazine, just a simple magazine, you roll it up really, really, really tight, and then you fold it in half. Now you've got basically an improvised blunt force weapon that could, in some instances, be used, on soft tissue, but they're actually showing that as a improvised tool to break out a window for escape and evasion, or it's like, and they showed the guy just bust right through the glass. It's like, wow. I was like, dang, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But man, that's the first time you hearing that with a newspaper. I'll tell you that much. I heard it with magazines, but newspaper. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can,
Sorry.
I think it's an actual. Someone turned it into a sort of an origami template that you can look up and make one yourself. It's quite funny. I mean, you don't even have to.
A Chelsea brick.
Chelsea brick. Yeah. You don't even have to be. The attacker doesn't even have to be in the zone in the actual arena to stop causing inflicting casualties, like we saw at the Las Vegas shooting from when he was up in the hotel room shooting down at the crowds. That was a standoff attack. You got a question there from the Real Survival. What do you make of the 6th of January riots at the White House?
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I watched some of the videos on that. I don't really have a whole lot of opinion on that, aside from the fact that I'm not saying people are guilty. I'm just saying people shouldn't have been there. That's what that's what I'm gonna say on that. The whole J6 thing. You shouldn't have been there. And I said that 2 years. I did a video of that, about that like 2 years ago. It's like, people being idiots out there calling them out. It's like, you shouldn't have been there. Now this is going on. Now this is happening. Now, a lot of people I subscribe to, they said the same thing. They said the same thing years later. It's like, you shouldn't have been there. Heck, they even rounded some people up. Like a lot of the people they rounded up that were over there, they rounded these people up based on cell phone information or based on ticket or itinerary information or whatever. There's some people that were just merely out there walking their dogs, several blocks away from where the initial rioting event was going on. The hostile takeover of the U.S. Capitol was going on. And they still got arrested, and they still got thrown in prison. It's just like they were just out walking their dog, like I said, they were just rounding people up based on cell phone information. So I don't have a whole lot to say on that. I'm just saying, if something's going to be going down, for a fact, and especially in that instance, something's going to be going down. Don't go. Do not attend. I don't care if you're out there to film what's going on. I don't care if you're there to document, be an independent. Don't go. Just don't. Unless you want to, be like these poor MFers, and they're still in prison. Like many of them are still in prison till this day. Haven't even had a court trial. Talk about flagrant violation of their constitutional rights, their Bill of Rights, right there. That side. Just don't do that. Unless you want to be like them, you want to be. No court hearing, you're being mistreated by the prison system, the court system. Don't do it. This is a whole different subject. Just don't be there. Do not be there. They can't get you. They can't arrest you for, not doing anything. Okay.
Yep. Right.
Hey.
I've got to go. Shadow, yours?
Yeah, okay, no problem. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no worries. Costa, give us an email. I'll get in touch with you. So, Shadow, I'll catch up with you next week.
Yeah.
See what transpires. So,
they said they are ex-military. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, same. Well, yeah, capturing people like that, it's mass intelligence capture, and they just sweep everyone up and then decide who they want to throw the book at and so on. But right, got to go. We'll catch you all later. See you later, yours, Shadow.
Yep.
Yeah,
Later,
see you
PV.
later.
Catch you later.
No, they're saying they were ex-military, and I got to find out what he's saying. They were ex-military. All right, take it easy there.
Yeah, take it easy. Stay safe. Take care, dear love. Survival. Take care and stay safe, and God bless.
I gotta go outside pretty soon here. I'm not gonna do it right
Okay.
away because I still gotta get dressed. But it finally stopped raining, and I gotta see how muggy and humid it is outside, and figure out if I want to go out there and start finishing up the yard work out there. I got a whole bunch of tree limbs that I cut down last Sunday, pruning trees, bushes. Actually, a couple of trees I just straight up just removed. I've still got a bunch more I got to pull out, but I got to get those all cut up so they're not sitting out there in the yard like they are, because the real estate office sees all that. You know, mind you, the real estate office, they're the ones that are delegated to maintain not maintain, but manage the property here. You know, they're the landlords basically delegated them to do that. So, but you know, they told me that I'm responsible for keeping up with the yard work, but you know, they didn't send anybody out to prune the damn trees around here, so I had to do that myself. Started chainsawing a whole bunch of stuff down and took the pruners out there and cutting everything up. But I got these big limbs, and I don't need them hassling me saying, "Why do you have all these big tree limbs laying out in the yard?" Don't ask that question to me, because you guys didn't do your jobs. You guys didn't send anybody out like you said you would to clean up the yard. So now I'm having to do it, and I'm having to do it on my own timetable while I'm working nights.
Yeah, that is a lot of work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not a bad house, though. I'll tell you that much. I do like this house.
Yeah, that's
do
good.
like the property. I just wish that the previous tenants that stayed here would have taken better care of it. I was talking to my friend Wes S, and he's saying actually this part of town classically would be, if there were any rental houses or rental properties out here, would classically be rented out to college students that were attending the local university, and so they wouldn't have the initiative or the care or the time to want to actually do any sort of maintenance or yard work around the property outside of maybe mowing. And it sounded like to me, like some of them didn't keep up the mowing, so they're getting fines from the city, because there's a section of alleyway back here that, you know, if it parallels your fence, you're required to keep mowed at a regular basis. Otherwise, you get a fine from the city. And I'm trying to avoid getting evicted, and also trying to avoid getting any fines from the city here. So this is a really nice house for what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, one of these days, once I get things straightened out, I'll see about giving people a bit of a virtual tour of the house. Like, I've been cleaning both the inside and the outside, because I wasn't really impressed with how well the rental agency had the house cleaned. I actually had to go back and go, like, the kitchen. I had to go into the kitchen and clean out all the cabinets. Like, I went through and I wiped them all down, every single one.
That took time.
I don't know if you guys got get roaches up there, Swede, but we definitely there are roaches down here in Texas. They're everywhere unless you're in like a really, really dry area with high elevation. They're everywhere. So this house does have roaches, but they're on average I kill probably about 1 or 2 a day. I've been that's why I've been cleaning out the cabinets, like wiping everything down, because I want 0 food residue from the previous tenants that occupied this place. Want 0 food residue. And then I'm, like I said, vacuuming everything and then mopping the floors, and then I'm coming back with insecticide, and I'm spraying the walls around the perimeter of the room, and that's usually where I find the roach carcasses on a daily basis. They'll walk across that insecticide, and then they die right there. And it's like, yeah, I know this is like too much information, not related to survival and everything like that. It's just, I hate roaches, man. I absolutely hate them. In Colorado, you could still get roaches, but like you had to be a very, very dirty individual that did not keep their house clean to get roaches.
Yeah.
But here it don't take much. It don't take much at all. And actually, I might
Roaches. The problem with roaches is they are hard to kill. You can get rid of a couple of 100, but there are still
that
a couple of 100 more.
Lays a few million eggs. We could assume like one roach, lays like what, 20 eggs or something like that. You killed that roach. Well, guess what? In a week or 2, those eggs are going to hatch, and now you got more roaches that replace the parent roach that you just killed.
Yeah, and besides, it's hard to find these eggs.
Yeah. Well, that's why if you pay for a professional to come in, to like an exterminator to come in to lay down insecticide, they'll have like a service where like they come in once every 3 months, but usually when you first start the service, they're coming in about once every 2 weeks to lay down more insecticide to kill the new batches of roaches. And they'll do that for like the first 6 months until everything is calmed down, and then they come back, once every 2 or 3 months or wherever the subscription is or something like that. Usually they sell subscriptions, so you have them come in, perform regular service for the first 2 years or whatever. I tell you what, that's what I paid for my folks' house in Colorado. They didn't have issues with roaches, but did have issues with ants and spiders going into the house, wasps trying to build nests up in the eaves of the house. Me paying for that service, paid for a 2-year subscription for this local pest control company to lay down insecticide and everything like that. And they eliminated that. And that was actually really nice. Stuff they laid down was kind of like a powdery substance, but it didn't have any effect to humans or pets. So it was good.
Yeah, Sandra says boric acid and diatomaceous earth kill roaches. Boric acid kills any roaches that eat it, and the roaches that eat them, and the roaches that eat them.
Yeah, I need to go out and go buy more, but I heard that if you lay down, if you sprinkle borax around your house, it'll dissuade roaches and ants from getting in. I actually laid down a little bit. I didn't have nearly enough though to go all the way around the house. So yeah, I spread out 3 boxes of borax, especially around the garage doors, because that's where a lot of insects will get in through the houses, through the garage. The garage doors right around the gasket seals, because those gasket seals where they meet the concrete, they're not perfect, and they can get in through the cracks and the gaps and everything down there. And then spread a whole bunch around the front door and front door step, and spread some around the back door step and around the windows. But I just didn't have enough. I ran out real quick because 3 boxes don't go very far. So next time around, I'm going to just go out and buy like maybe a dozen boxes of borax and start spreading that stuff out again. And
But it
hopefully
needs
that should
mixed
be
with
enough.
sugar so that you eat it. Okay.
I don't feel comfortable spreading sugar around because I feel like that's going to invite more insects.
Diatomaceous earth cuts their exoskeleton and they die of dehydration. Good point.
Diatomaceous earth, is that like isn't that like a clay or something like that, or kind of I'll have to look at it. I know they used to. I think they still do actually. When they manufacture sticks of dynamite, they actually suspend the nitroglycerin in diatomaceous earth.
Diatomaceous earth. This is diatomaceous earth. Oh. There are even a food grade product as well. A natural product composed of ground freshwater, diatomaceous earth, fossil shell flour.
Yeah, like I said, I know that that's used in the manufacturing process for sticks of dynamite. Because dynamite traditionally, back in the day, used to be suspended in sawdust. But with the diatomaceous earth, it's less likely for the nitroglycerin to try to seep out from the stick of dynamite and pool up in the bottom of the box. So that's why you use diatomaceous earth instead.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I only found that out from one of the books, that I read. It was like, oh, I'll be damned. It was another survivalist novel.
Yeah. Food grade is the best to protect yourself, I agree.
That might have been what they were spreading around that house over there in Colorado. It's probably diatomaceous earth, because they allege that it doesn't hurt humans, doesn't harm pets.
It is probably a food grade diatomaceous earth, I guess, if it's not harmful for humans and animals.
Yeah. I was gonna say, even if it wasn't non-food grade, if it's spread around the exterior of the house, I don't see how that would harm a person or a pet, unless you got pet roaches. Yeah.
Yeah. People feed it to cows to kill worms. Okay. I didn't know that, but that might work.
I have to find out like my local Walmart, local home improvement store sells diatomaceous syrup,
Yeah.
or if that's something I have to order online.
I heard about it. I watched a YouTube channel, and I followed, but I don't remember which one of them. They talked about diatomaceous earth, the food grade, and the other regular one. So, and they said it was very effective.
Yeah. Effective at killing insects and keeping them at bay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might try something like that. Maybe that might be something I might consider putting in the cabinets. A couple of the cabinets in the kitchen. That's only where I stored my canned goods. I sprayed with roach spray. I was gonna tell anybody, if you take any of those cans out of that one particular cabinet, you gotta wash the tops of the cans off, so that way before you go open it, so that way there's no risk of you making yourself sick. I don't think the stuff will poison you, because I think they've gotten a lot better at making this roach spray where it's a lot more safer to use inside the house and around pets and people. Like at first when I was using this stuff, I was a little nervous about spraying it down around my cat, but it don't seem to affect my cat any at all, so the cat don't really care. And it's not like the roach spray of the past where you spray that stuff down, it leaves like an oily sheen in that particular area of the room, and it doesn't dry out. Like this stuff, it is a little bit oily at the beginning, but it dries out. And of course, you can still see the residue where you sprayed, but and that area looks slightly discolored than the areas where you didn't spray.
Yeah.
Also, that other roach spray in the past, it used to have like a really strong, pungent chemical like smell. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Talking
Good
about
to
the
know.
diatomaceous earth.
Yeah.
That's good to know about the non-food grade diatomaceous earth.
Yeah. That is a good point.
I think I'm gonna go out there out of boredom. There's a fire ant hill in the backyard. Out of boredom, I was messing around with my propane torch. I was torching them as they were coming out of their ant hill or as they were going in. I think I might just go over there with this insecticide and might spray that ant hill. I don't like fire ants, but I'll tolerate them over roaches.
Yeah.
I don't like fire ants because they're mean. They are mean little SOBs. I used to see them all the time out in Colorado, man.
Yeah, I heard about the fire ants. They have nasty bites.
No, yeah, they're mean.
I heard the fire ants chase people too, but
No, not really. I mean, that to me don't make any sense. They're not like a swarm of killer bees, you know. Like a swarm of Africanized killer bees will chase you down, but ants,
yeah,
no. Probably what happened was the idiot probably laid down on the ground or something like that near an anthill. Maybe fell asleep, and they woke up and they're covered in ants, and those damn things are biting and stinging because they think the fire ants, they at the end of their bodies, they've got like these little stingers, so they'll bite you with their mandibles, and
yeah,
then they'll start basically kind of like stinging in a little circle or whatever. And if you ain't careful, they'll actually bite you and start taking chunks of flesh out of you too.
ouch.
Yeah. Some people they'll do like bone collecting.
Yeah.
They like to collect skeletons, like entire skeletons. So they'll take corpses of whatever dead animal they find, so they can perfectly preserve and keep intact the skeleton without disturbing it. They'll take the animal carcass and set it next to a fire ant hill. Within a matter of hours, the fire ants will actually have that carcass completely stripped of all fleshy tissue whatsoever. And now you got perfectly clean bones for perfectly preserved skeletal specimen that you can put up on display, you know, for museum or whatever kind of weird crap that a person might be into. I think there's also beetles out there that do the same thing, where they strip the flesh off of carcasses.
Yeah, lucky. We are pretty lucky here. We don't have fire ants here. So
Yeah, they got them out in Florida. They got them over here. We had a bunch of them out in Colorado. People were telling me, "Oh, those aren't fire ants." No, they are fire ants, dude. They ain't sugar ants. They are big. They're red. They bite and they like to sting. They're fire ants.
yeah. No fire ants in Ohio.
Yeah, lucky.
Yep.
Must be a South and Mountain West thing, though.
Hey, CR.
Hello.
CR,
All right.
I thought you'd been
How you
missing
doing,
for
man?
a while. Hadn't seen you in a few weeks. You've been like MIA.
No, just keeping busy.
Same.
Yeah.
I really should be doing some more stuff around the house. It's just, oh man, I'm still trying to get used to this whole night schedule thing. I can't. There's stuff I want to do out in the yard, but the time that I want to do it, everybody else is going to sleep. So people are going to get angry at me if they hear me using an electric saw outside, cutting up stuff.
So what are you guys talking about? I'm like, I took off for like almost 5 minutes. It's too late.
Well, we started talking about insecticides and roaches and diatomaceous earth, food grade diatomaceous earth versus non-food grade, and borax. So I had to mix it with sugar. I don't know. Just it sounds like a bad idea to me to be mixing borax with sugar. and then try and spread that in my yard. I mean, okay, I get it. So you're trying to entice the roaches to eat that stuff, but that to me just sounds like it's just going to invite more insects. I don't know. I don't know. Something tells me it's not a good idea, but I should ask, do I have to like pulverize and powderize the sugar and powderize the borax and then spread it around? I don't know. That's what I should ask, because I just don't like roaches, man. And I fully expected to deal with more insects when I moved down to Texas versus dealing with insects in Colorado, because there's just a lot more sparse in Colorado just because of how dry it is and how high elevation it is compared to out here.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't have like a major roach problem, but it's enough that I don't like it. If I see one roach, that's one roach too many for me. Yeah. Oh, Vanessa's in here.
Well, Vanessa.
Hey, Vanessa. Good to see you.
Powdered sugar and powdered boric acid. Okay. I don't know if that 20 Mule Team is powdered enough. You know, I buy the 20 Mule Team borax from Walmart because it's really the only borax they sell. I don't know if I have to put that in some sort of food processor or blender or whatever and further try to chop that down and get it more powdered. Yep. Yeah. Finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
Stick it in the food processor.
I'll have to go buy a food processor. I don't have one at the moment since I just moved. So. I know where I can get a cheap one over at Walmart. It's seen they got like a Mainstays brand food processor. It's actually pretty effective. It's not bad. I think it's like only like $20 or something.
Hey,
All righty. Welcome, everybody. I am live here at Clark's Run. Antiques outside. And we got live music.
Yep.
Have fun.
Good to see
We've
you,
had
McBean.
rain 2 days in a row now. After not having it for over 2 months.
Where are you at?
I'm in Utica, Illinois.
Oh, okay.
The place is called Clark's Run Antiques. And they have some live music going on. It's a really nice tourist area. If you're in Illinois, Utica is a place you definitely want to come to. And this is how we relax.
Vanessa, I know exactly what you mean about the roaches. I didn't have to deal. I wasn't ever stationed in Louisiana, but in Connecticut, we had roaches in the Barracks building.
All right, bring guys some entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, CR, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. It's nice to see you again. Have fun.
So it's cloudy today, but it's cloudy because of rain clouds, not because of the smoke and haze from Canada, which was the case for about the last 4 days. That the visibility was down to like a half mile. For those of you over in Europe, about 2.5 kilometers, or no, about 1.5 kilometers. And the haze and smoke was so thick that if you were outside during the day, it was equivalent to smoking 7 cigarettes.
Wow.
So we've had 2 days of rain, which definitely has cleared things up. And temperature is about in the upper 70s, lower 80s. Trying to think what that would be in Celsius, but probably around 30 degrees Celsius, I think. 27, 30 degrees.
Sounds about right to me. I'd have to pull out my calculator to go calculate that.
Just have me an IPA. And the real IPA, not a fruity drink, but a pale ale.
Yeah, it's been after the rain that we got yesterday, it's been pretty blazing hot out here.
Sweden. Want to say hello to Sweden? Bashful.
A few days ago, it was 115 degrees out here, Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that would be in Celsius, but
Yeah, I know 40 below is the same in Celsius in Fahrenheit. 32 degrees is 0 degrees Celsius, and 100 degrees Celsius is boiling in water, which is like 200.
yeah, 212 degrees Fahrenheit.
I just don't have the conversion charts here.
Yeah, I don't either.
But it's funny because distance I know found.
My other phone, it's actually got a calculator where it'll do conversion for
We
you.
use the metric system in the military, so I have no problem using the distance. Even weights make sense. Temperature though is the only one I have to really think about.
I know that there is about 39 inches to 1 meter, so a meter is always going to be just slightly bigger than a yard, but that's about all I know. That and the fact there's 25.4 millimeters to 1 inch.
Yep.
So hello from America.
Hello from Canada.
Hello from Sweden.
I swear, every time I do this, Swede, I'm trying to be with you on this live stream. My phone don't like it too well.
Yeah,
If I drop out,
yeah,
it's either because my phone battery's about ready to die, or it's because the phone
Yeah.
battery overheated.
yeah, I understand.
You got
No
it.
problem.
Probably a glass of light.
Take care, dude.
When are you ready for it?
I'm not leaving yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Mama wants
If
wine.
that happens,
Mama
just so you know, it's
gets
not
wine.
anything to do with
Mama
the
gets
phone
wine.
does not like this.
Now you'll get her a Riesling. Me, I'll probably stick to my beer.
How many years did you do in the service there, John?
Beer makes me a mighty fine fellow.
John. John?
Are you ready? What do you want? Yeah.
Oh damn, Sandy left, huh? Yeah, I don't envy you there, Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah.
I don't like. I will never do that ever again. Might go out to visit, but I'm never living there ever again. I don't miss Connecticut, not one bit. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna have to put that, man. I can't talk with the background music, background noises.
It's hard. It's hard to hear anything.
No, you didn't know you had to put them in.
Plus, the microphone's not very good because it's trying to pick up everything, but it cuts out.
Yeah.
There we go.
I had to mute because I can't hear what you say.
Yeah.
It's pretty loud, so. And I have problems to hear what people say when it's a lot of background noises like that. So.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like I said, I've got pretty good hearing. It's not the best, but it's pretty dang good. But there's a bunch of white noise in the background that's drowning everything out. I might have a hard time hearing people. That's why I ask people to enunciate themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, I was too. I thought I was breaking up. I'm like, I can't make out what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right. We'll hold the fort for you.
Yeah.
We'll
Thanks.
hold the fort for you, okay?
I'll just set my flag down.
You just gonna what?
I'll just put my flag right in the center. Just kidding. Yeah. Oh. Well, this Canada Day, I'm getting nothing but rain.
You guys are getting rain?
Yeah, a lot of places here in Canada, it's rainy on Canada Day this time. But it can't always be sunny, I guess. Hey, can't always be sunny.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was telling Shadow, got to go out there and start doing some yard work. I got to see what the temp is outside. I don't know what the temp is. So we had a whole bunch of rain this morning. Allegedly, we got a 50% chance of getting some more rain later on. Yeah, I can see possibly getting more rain now. I'm looking at the clouds on the horizon. I get some more rain, but it was 115 degrees out for a couple of weeks. Let me whip out the old calculator here so that way I can do some conversion real quick.
What, 46?
Oh shoot, my
Well,
buddy tried calling me. I'll have to call him back. Yeah.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
yeah, thanks.
I just heard you and saw you.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some math here.
Yeah, Shadow.
Yeah,
Like I was
yeah,
saying to
115 degrees. That's 46 degrees Celsius. That's
Yeah,
been the temperature over here for a couple days, and then we had some rain come in. The only thing that sucks though, with all that rain coming in, we get those temperatures.
he's back.
Once it starts getting hot again, now it's
Shadow.
humid too.
He's back. Hey,
There we go.
nice.
So,
Got yourself
had
a
to give me a
German
book.
Stein.
That looks like a
Old
pint.
style. G. Hellman. I used to drink this all the time. It was only $13. I had to get it.
I don't blame you.
There's a gift store inside. But anyway, I'm going to sit there and enjoy the rest of the music. I just wanted to share a little bit with my
Yeah.
friend. I hope everybody has a safe and
I got
enjoyable
a
weekend.
question for you, John.
Thank you.
Remember, rest, nutrition, proper exercise, and go out and enjoy yourself.
All right.
All right.
Okay, I guess he wasn't up for answering a question. That's cool.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we.
Not crap on the guy, but man, it was a little on the rude side, just kind of leaving your microphone open like that and letting all that crap play into the live stream. I get you trying to share everybody, what you're doing, but we can't even have a conversation because there's so much noise going into the speakers on our end.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Anyways,
if I have somebody do that to me on one of my live streams, I'm going to automatically mute them. It's like, look, dude, you can't be coming up here and doing this crap. Can't have that. Can't even have a proper live stream if what you got playing in the background, whether you have control over it or not, is going to be disruptive.
Yeah, it will.
Anywho, that's my 2 cents. Yeah, let's see what the temp is. That's what I came over here for. I got to see what the temp is. I know it's not 68 degrees out no more. It's got to be warmer. 78 degrees out.
really? Wow.
Yeah, 78, so that'd be
78 should be 20.
25 degrees, 25 and a half degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's almost 26. Yeah.
All right, no excuses. I got to go out there and do some yard work.
Okay,
I got to go
no
out
problem.
and work. It's not hot out. It's probably
Yeah,
gonna
and
be
you
a
know
little-
what? I would take
It's
advantage
not
of that
hot.
too. We understand.
We understand. You have to do what you have to do.
I know. Even for me today.
All
Take
right,
care.
so I hate to dip out on you guys, but yeah, you guys take care. All right.
Yeah, you take care.
Yeah, Shadow. I know today I had to take care of a few things, so I
Yeah,
was kind of a little bit more indisposed. But have a little bit of
Well,
sun right now.
you
and
have
then.
to take care of what you have to take care of. So
Oh, it's also Canada Day, and some other things are going on, and it's a Saturday, so a lot of things are going on. So
yeah, and
I have
it's
to budget
still
the time.
Saturday here, but
Yeah,
soon we have Sunday.
yeah, I have to budget the time. Just like you're planning ahead, right? Wherever you go. It's not always raining on Canada Day for me, but today it looks like it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to rain in most places. Kind of.
Yeah, tomorrow we probably will have some rain too. Yeah, from 8 a.m. to 12 lunchtime, basically. So basically 4 hours of rain. Not much, but it's some. It will be at most 0.7 millimeters. So that's not much.
Yeah, so I remember sometimes going out celebrating Canada Day and such. It'll just be one of those where I've seen it actually like sunny in the afternoon, then rains in the evening, and then it just clears out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I learned to, maybe I'll bring that poncho. So. It's nice.
Is it any in Canada who celebrate the Canada Day? Or just people stay home?
Well, it just depends, really. I think generally if it was nicer out, I guess that's still it's still
Yeah.
one of those things, right? I mean, it's not that stop anyone that really wants to, right? But so it's one of those things. Well, because usually it'd be different for outdoor activities.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the way it is. I mean, so we're used to it here. I mean, there's things during the winter time too, right?
Yeah.
So we bear with that. Well, it's a lot warmer. Maybe it's raining or cloudy. Not much sun today.
Yeah, I have one
So,
more week to work, and after that I have my vacation for 4 weeks. So that's nice.
yeah, when I go to things like these events or whatever, right, I always see the scale of it, right? The scale of, you know what I mean, right? Is it few
Yeah.
people or is it like something more? You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
kind of gauge it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's getting
how
rain outside
how
again.
does your gardening going?
I'm getting rain. Well, not
Yeah.
sprinkles yet. I guess it's
Yeah, that's
going
good.
well. Well, I know usually when it's hot, like hotter out for Canada, it'd be the water, right? The waters are
Yeah.
number one thing.
Yeah.
You bring or plan to one way or another, because you don't want to be there all thirsty.
Yeah.
Because either you don't have a container or you don't have water.
Exactly.
Or just these depend on if it's outdoors or not. Weather dependent.
Yeah, I can hear it. It is raining
Yeah.
on your side
I have
now.
I have a little tin roof, a little shed.
Yeah.
No, it's just spinning really fast. So yeah, I know people that still go out. Right. Rain or
Yeah.
shine. Pretty much. Right? Heat or cold. Yeah, because things don't stop just because you know it's Canada. There's other things. You still have to
Yeah.
be careful.
Here it is pretty dry, so we
Well,
still
hopefully
have
you
our fire ban. So
hopefully you'll see a little bit more rain.
yeah, we would definitely need some more rain. Definitely. Um, the ground needs the water, and the water, well, it's really needed to keep the ground wet. But, well, I guess we have to wait for that.
Well, hopefully this will be. Look, it was cloudy on Canada Day, but the harvest time is like beautiful. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that this year. Like I said, if we want to have fun, we gotta have the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to have fun, you gotta be willing to get it. Well, anyways, I won't say that. So I was thinking, if you want to, we can go back to that topic here. Like I said, I was busy earlier during the stream. I had to take care of a few
Yeah, I
things
know.
on and off, like I said to you. So I was just like, I missed out on all the good points. Well, I didn't miss out, but I had a
Yeah.
few things I could have added. Contribute, yes. Oh, wait, that works.
So, what do you want to add?
Well, just kind of play it out in your head. Like, I mean, it's almost like, spatial awareness, aware of your surroundings, right? Play it in your head and just be like, well, okay, this time around it's gonna be pretty sunny and hot out. Okay, water. Okay, right? Maybe sunscreen, for example, right? You know, and you kind of go with something like that, right?
Yeah, sunscreen sounds
Yeah,
a good idea.
maybe bring a hat if you want, you know, or something along the lines of that. Because I know some of these things are like outdoors, and it's I think sometimes really hot for some of them. So, but yeah, definitely the water. And just kind of fine tune it for well what you're intending.
Yeah, that is a good idea, actually. Have the right stuff.
Like I know
for
you were saying the
potentially-
word festival, but in general, anyways, a gathering of some sort,
Yeah,
right?
it could be a food festival. It could be a
Yeah,
harvest festival.
yeah.
It could be
We're just it just happens that we're generally talking about something a little bit more how do I say big.
I use a product called Home Defense. I actually just sprayed around patio edge and the patio counter bar wall in the home foundation. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone to other things that are just stuff like that, so I kind of understand what preparedness veteran and the orders were saying.
Yeah.
You gotta go for a checkpoint.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Checkpoints.
Yeah.
Checkpoints
That's all
are
I'm
useful.
understanding. But yeah,
I would prefer to have several checkpoints just in case.
like a metal detector, for example, or whatever.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to adjust what usually would be your everyday carry, your EDC. So you might have to adjust it just a tad.
Yeah.
All right. So
You
stay
have to
flexible
adjust.
to it. Yeah, and stay flexible. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and also there's major events like a concert or whatever. And then there's their lesser things like, you know, I mean, but people get married on this day too, probably here in Canada, and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
That happens at the same time usually too. So. Different. Oh, so by the way, I'll probably be slipping out in about, I don't know, 45 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how long are you planning to go for.
Well,
I forgot to ask you. I'm like,
well, I don't plan to run for that much longer.
oh, okay.
So I'm pretty tired. So it has been a
Okay.
long day. So, and I have things to do tomorrow as usual. So,
Yes. Okay then. Glad I planned that ahead.
yeah.
But yeah, these events and stuff like that, yeah. Because I've heard things, like I said, Like, you know, like I'm out at a different place, like let's just say down the street, right? Kind of deal, but you know, far enough
Yeah.
away. But and just like, what, that happened over there? What? And so it wasn't Canada, but it was something else. But so, yeah, although that was because of weather, some wind. So yeah, things to be aware about. Things happen.
Yeah.
So. So yeah, situational awareness.
Yeah, that is a good thing. It takes time to learn it, but it takes a lot of practice.
You would have to hone that skill in. And just,
And trust your gut feeling.
mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes.
the few times I didn't listen on my gut feeling, everything went south. So it's a good idea to
Yeah.
listen to it and don't ignore it.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah,
I wasn't kidding. I don't think I could
yeah,
fit that. What does that sound like? Oh, something rumbling in the distance.
yeah,
So yeah. Oh, you know, I was just thinking about something.
yeah,
If you have to go park, remember where you parked.
yeah, that too.
Yeah, that always seems to be one of
Especially
those
if it's
things
a
you
big
just have so
parking
much.
lot.
Yeah, right. For some of these events too. Yes. So.
Yeah, that is a
Oh, it's
good
just
idea
like
too.
trying to find getting home, right? Well, it would help to have your vehicle too.
Yeah,
So that's part of getting back home. Kind of deal.
exactly.
Or else you're walking, or calling a cab, or whatever. Right. So.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I was remembering when you guys were talking about let's see here, just it's on the tip of my tongue. I swear it was just on the tip of my tongue. It's lost it here. Anyways. Yeah, I spoke too soon. So yeah, I just had this train of thought now. I just slipped right out of my head. The thought just slipped right out. Oh, it's not worded. Yeah, whatever.
yeah,
It'll probably just randomly come back to me.
yeah,
Yeah. So probably the most important thing is the awareness, though. Everything. Yeah.
yeah. We the stuff in your pockets or in a bag.
Well, it's just the whole awareness in terms of everything else
Yeah.
that's going on at the same time. Because there's multiple things going on, right? There's a lot of
Yeah.
stimulation
Yeah.
around you, right? Because it's like a concert, it's an event, right? So there's a lot of stimulation, right? So you might
Yeah.
miss out on your television and just all off to the side or whatever, right? Could be whatever, right? So
Yeah. And
stuff
it's
to be
a
aware about.
lot of people on concerts.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny. If I should actually, you know, it's funny. I'll show you this. Look, I'm not even joking. Look, I got some sun ran away.
Yeah.
That's how it is for me around here at times.
Yeah.
It seems like I just heard thunder and now I'm seeing a sleep break. But that's what I said about like after sand and evening thunder showers or something like that. You know, it's very
Yeah.
brief. Let's say 5 minutes, but it's fast.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, for me here, that's a thing I know that can happen. I've seen it growing up. I'll just go to one of these events or whatever, right? I'll be
Yeah.
like, yeah. It's like, the poncho was a good idea. Yeah, I was gonna do something for the Canada Day, but stuff came up and
Well, if something came up, you need to take care
well,
of
it's not
that
just
first.
It's not just that. Also, like, obviously, I'm trying to premiere a video too, so
Yeah, that's cool.
yeah, I'm trying to squeeze it in. Like I said
Yeah,
about the timing.
squeeze it in.
Yeah, I'm planning. Part of the planning is squeezing in the time for things to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how I said. Well, you know, it just depends what you are doing at these events, or planning to, or listening to someone sing, or you know, live music, for example, right?
Yeah.
So it's, just swing your head and take browse around and use your best judgment.
I agree.
Yeah, because as I've been thinking about this, it just kind of comes back to like our different events that happen throughout the year, and they're just slightly different.
Indeed.
Indeed, I know.
It's a good word.
Oh, I know. When you said it, I had to write it down in the comment section.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
Yeah. See, this is why I like to kind of play it through my head slightly, give or take. There's
Yeah.
other things there's certain little details you won't know until it happens, until something happens, or until you get there or whatever. You know what I mean? Like seeing,
Yeah,
let's
I
just
know.
say, seeing everything for what it is, right? Because let's just
Exactly.
say it's an event, right? There's a stage or whatever, right? And there's quote performers, right? So there's different things happening. So situational awareness for all of it,
Yeah.
and knowing what is around you could be beneficial depending on what's going on, right? I think I have something to like kind of end the live stream with,
Okay.
just as something. I'll show you guys.
Okay. Let's see. What's your?
Yeah, this is just for fun.
Yeah.
I just added it in just because I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just just something there. That's who catches that. At the end of the stream
Yeah.
picture.
That one looks
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Yes, it is actually.
It's really
Because I
nice.
have some extra time, right?
Yeah.
That's always been the thing about fraternity. It gives you that extra time that you just might be able to use and get it done.
Exactly.
So, well, because I remember what fraternity veteran said this one time. It's that crunch time. It's now. It's unfolding in front of you now, kind of deal. So,
Yeah.
mentioned a few weeks back. I was always like, oh, yes. Because that's what plunged you into a situation in the first place. The decisions that you make. Like going to an event or whatever, or doing things in general.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, but can't control what we, per se, we can't control what we don't we can't control what we don't see or don't know in advance, but we can control things that we're pretty certain are not happening. If that
Yeah.
makes any sense. You know,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I should write that down. It just sounds so. I just came up with it. Oh, anyway. Good. Yeah, because I've been thinking about it a little bit more and just kind of like where these things you do kind of overlap on certain things. It's just like something that's more multi-purpose or adds to the versatility.
Yeah, I agree.
If that makes sense.
I agree.
A couple more options in there, or options that might overlap. I mean, it's hard to get. I mean, well, it's not that hard to get very specific, but well, because for anyone who's still here with us now, right? It's like we all do different things. Maybe there's fireworks, maybe there's drinking, maybe there's this at these events
Yeah.
or whatever. And maybe something else is happening at the same time. And all these other things, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. and hopefully, yeah, and hopefully you'll be able to see, be able to tell stories about it. Of such events afterwards. It's just
Yeah.
it's nice to hear the stories from people too. Remembering, I'm like, yes. That almost happened to me, but I remember to bring something or do something.
Yeah.
It's that one action that kind of makes it a lot easier to deal with what it is.
I agree with you about that one too, my friend.
Well, because I know that I've said this before, probably here, but that it becomes a buzzkill.
Yeah.
It's this thing, like, it's a bar term, obviously. But yeah, well, a bar, liquor type of term that people use, but I'm just like, yeah. Because it changes your mood or morale quite dramatically, so you're going to deal with it,
Yeah, it does.
right? Yeah, because I've seen that before. Canada Day, by the way. So yes, and it was just very small, but something happened. It just one of these things, right? It's kind of almost felt like a buzzkill to everyone at that time. Since I've got better, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's just one of those things that, without going into specifics, because that'll be for another day with me. Yeah, fireworks. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, fireworks,
Fireworks,
not
yeah,
toys.
yes, I remember. It's all good still for now, but
Yeah.
at that time it was different. So yeah. So well, I don't know if you want to close the show. We can go to top hour if you want. If you want to round it off.
Well,
Well, like I said, I planned for this time. I planned
yeah.
it more or less. I gave myself an extra half an hour
Yeah.
to work with. Well, you could deal with stuff too. And charge my phone.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's what we kind of one thing to just keep in mind, right? You're going to some of these events or whatever. Make sure you have your phone charged. It might be useful.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is useful to have your
As
phone
part of the
charged.
preparedness. Yeah, as part of the preparedness thing, right?
Yeah, it is.
Because there's a lot of benefits to it. I bet the most that you can, or whatever, right? Even if it's like, okay, we got to drive over for like 20 minutes, I'll charge my phone too, right? Right. That way, if you have to use it or you can use it or whatever, it would be nice to know that you have enough power to do said things. Besides, you're probably taking pictures anyways, right? Or whatever, right? Selfies with people and stuff like that, especially if it was a get-together or something major.
Yeah.
I would assume people would do that. I mean, I think maybe, or some people would do that. So. Because generally people are there to have a good time. Generally. So. Hi, Huga.
Hey, Huga. Good to see you.
afternoon.
Yeah.
There's like, yeah, it's gonna be one of those days here for me. Rumbling, some sun, some rain, some sun, rumbling.
Yeah.
Just gonna
You
see
have
everything this
really a
time.
changing
I know.
weather.
Yeah. I know. Depending on some
Yeah, Idaho
places.
Garden Girl, welcome back, by the way. Yeah, we are still chatting.
Hi. Yeah, you're still chatting. Well, actually, I just got on here not too long ago. I don't even think it's been an hour yet, technically. It's well, like I said, Shadow, we can keep going if you want, but I do know that I have to be coming.
Sorry I am late. We had a storm last night and have been cutting up fallen limbs. Okay,
We understand. We understand.
we understand that.
Yeah, well, I also had to do my own things today too, because of things that are happening. So, because it still won't wait.
I've been outside pulling weeds and it's 36 degrees Celsius. Oh Lord. I came inside to cool off. Good idea.
Yeah,
The smoke is so bad, hard to breathe, wearing a mask. Yeah, that is another good idea. And I don't think it's good to breathe in that smoke too. Not too much of it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How's the smoke in your area, CR?
Well, actually, it's been better out west generally. I mean, I'm saying in general because obviously people live in other places, but generally it's better than it was, generally speaking, for the most part. So, rains are helping, I could tell. So,
Well, that is good,
like I said,
at least.
well, like I said, it's raining for me here on this Canada Day for me, so it's not always like that. Usually it's sunny for the most part, but if you don't have fun outside or do these events or whatever, it would be nice to have fairly good weather. Regardless if it's gonna rain days before, so it's nice and smoke free or less. The air quality is better.
Yeah.
It just rained like days before, right? For a couple of days, before this supposedly event or whatever, right? That would be nice too, right?
I agree.
Right? But you might not always get that luck. You'll have to roll with it. Hopefully still enjoy it in time.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe it'll just rain hard enough.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's pouring, it's pouring, I guess, right? I understand about doing pressure wash, but if it's pouring, I mean.
Well, that is a lot of work, Hugo. A lot of work. We had a power outage last night. Used jacket and a new battery-operated fan. Okay. That is good, and that is better than nothing anyway. Yeah, I have my fans running 24/7.
Yeah, that reminds me. You know what that reminds me of? I remember it wasn't a really major event or whatever, but I remember seeing this one person have this like little toy fan in front of them because it was really
Yeah,
hot at this event, supposedly, right? So it was just like I remember, or even hand fans, right? Sometimes you will see
yeah,
that, right? Depending on how hot it is, too. So I guess that could be, an item to bring or something along the lines of that. Yeah.
that is awesome,
Oh,
Hugo.
yeah, you're trying it out, yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things, right? About the
Yeah,
gear, try it out, at least take a look at it. At least take a look
exactly.
at it. Yeah, that's the best part. That's one of the best parts about gear is just being able to see it,
Yeah,
handle it, and just, right?
yeah, I agree.
I'm one of those type of people. It's just like I want to try it right away, kind of deal. For the most part,
Yeah,
the joy of it, right?
yeah, exactly.
I'm one of those. Shut up, I'll be like one of those people. It's like I just got out of the store. It's just like I gotta take a look at it, or something like that. I gotta take a look at it,
Yeah,
or set it up right away. For the most part, that's how I am. Well, because then you can understand it better from things that you didn't know before you had to purchase or whatever, right? So,
yeah. If you clean and use water now on washing drapes, rugs, blankets, etc., you are good. If something happens where you have limited water, yeah, yeah, that is a good idea, Hugo.
hmm. Yeah,
Good point,
never.
Hugo. Good
Yeah,
point.
yeah. Still have to do things.
Sierra, I think I'm going to wrap things up now.
Sure, sure.
Um,
Sorry that I couldn't have been in earlier with all you guys
well, that's
contributing a little bit more, but
that's okay.
there'll be another time. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for having me on. Take
you're
care,
most welcome. It's
everyone.
nice to having you, my friend.
It's nice to seeing you again, Hugo.
Wouldn't it be good feeling knowing you recently washed sheets, pillows, etc.? I agree with that.
Well, sometimes it's just because, well, maybe it's be proactive about it.
Yeah. Good to see you
Yeah.
too.
Maybe you got a feeling you're gonna get some rain, and you just got a window of opportunity.
Yeah.
So I have done that before.
So it's here. I'll wrap things up now. So, okay, guys, take care. Stay safe. God bless. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Take care.
Yeah. Take care.